first time ever, it's coming to Texas. And there's only one place it belongs. Texas Card House. April 23rd through May 4th. Mark your calendars. More details coming soon.
Good evening. Welcome to the Trailblazer WSOP Circuit Final Table here at TCH Social Austin. $1,100 was the buy-in. 283 players answered the call, and we have gone down to just 9 players competing for over $60,000 for first place. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knight, with you this evening, and we've got a great one. We've got some familiar faces.
I heard that.
We got a local legends, Mixon, sitting in seat 7. He's a past ring winner. Can he add another one to his total? We'll find out tonight. Apologies for the lack of graphics on this first hand. I'm told that they will start working starting with the next hands. Blinds 10,000, 20,000, 20,000. Yeah, 10, 20, 20.
It was. Definitely was. 4 big blinds to here. We'll take it.
Looks like we've got 4 players to the flop. 4, 3, 3, 2 diamonds. This probably doesn't connect with too many players.
1,000 chip at the 12K blind level, so that is 12 for the big blind. Oh shit! In a PLO tournament with like 25 people left.
50K from C3.
So crazy. 12 going into the big blind.
That's sick. I had 1.5 big blinds with 27 people
C5
left.
folds out.
Spun
Over
it
to
up,
C8,
then
who
got
will
back
make
down
the
to
call.
1.5 big blinds with 18 people left. And in 40 minutes, I went from 1.5 big blinds to chip leader, bagging into day 3, and then got heads up.
Another 3,
right
so
set.
3 threes on the board, and he pocket pair a full house now.
That situation twice.
And he flush draws just got a lot less interested in this pot.
With 18 left, I was under the gun.
We see Rhett
Got
checking
6
it over
calls,
from
chip leader
C3.
ISO shoves.
Over to
With the
Hayden
worst
in
hand.
seat 8, who checks back.
I hold, and I just get like 10x.
Heads up to the river, and that is a 5 of clubs. About 200K in the pot. One more check from Rhett. Check, check. Showdown. Pocket 8s for Hayden in seat 8, and Kristen is going to push the pot to him. So 3s full of 8s appear to be the best hands here. And I've got Sam Perryman joining me alongside now in this booth. And never mind those flashes on the video. That's just the graphics being rebooted. And here we go. We have the players. We have their names. We have their chip stacks. And we have a commanding chip lead in seat 1, Taliana, who our friend Amanda Cheng checking in the chat knocked her out of the ladies tournament on the bubble, and cheering for Taliana to take this down. Well, she's got a lot of chips here. She's got over a quarter of the chips, about $8.5 million in play, and probably the biggest unknown at this table from a resume standpoint. As far as I could tell, she has about $1,000 in recorded live tournament cashes. So not necessarily the longest resume, but this is where you start to build your resume. Right here, right now. Just come out of the gate, win a ring. And you see John had opens under the gun with the 10-9 suited, getting it through. So 1.24 million, sitting very comfortably, playing 10, 20, 20.
Sorry, I came a little late to this commentating. I was on the rail and I was caught up in the hype.
You were caught up in the hype. Okay.
Yeah, so much is happening right now. Aaron McAvoy just won deuce to 7 first ring ever in Texas. Ever, not even in Texas. It's the
Anywhere. That's the first no limit deuce ring, and it belongs to our friend Aaron McAvoy, who you often hear doing our Dallas shows, as well as
so
some of these
wild.
memes, and that is amazing. And yeah, I was able to congratulate him before we went on here. And yeah, love to see some locals winning. We saw Bill Cox win a ring yesterday.
Yeah, he won the monster stack.
Another longtime Austin regular.
Then we have Danny Chang, who wins the Big O.
He sure did. And we have Hayden opening his pocket queens on the low jack. Looks like a min raise. Blue chips worth 5K, white chips worth 25. Orange, I believe, worth 100. Ace King suited for Danny out of the DFW area. See Poker Monkey cheering for Danny. And Danny gonna move all in.
Oh shoot! Ace King Queens.
And
not me.
we've got
not
a
me. No,
flip.
not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. Ace King's at risk.
Ace King, the player at risk here, and we'll need to find one of those cards in order to remain alive here. Each 20K in the middle, pretty big pot, and here it comes. There's the ace. Danny outflopping Hayden, who does need to find a queen. That's not a queen. Five of clubs. Doesn't change anything. One more chance at a queen. But it does not show up. Danny going to get our first double up of this final table.
Can you give these guys a warning line? Can you give these guys a warning? Yes. How we doing?
Danny, as far as I could tell, about 64,000 in live tournament cashes, and that'll be growing here.
I believe he's a Houston player.
Dallas, from what I can tell from the
Dallas.
chat and from the bits that I saw online.
I gotcha.
There were 2 Danny Chens. There's one in Texas who has 64,000 or so. There's one out of California who has a lot more than that.
Well, I'm glad Lottie's here doing our research for us. I didn't even know we were live. Well, I am so here for this stream. This is $1,100. What's first prize?
First place is a little over $60,000. In fact, let's get you the payouts now that we have a moment. Prize pool almost $276,000 from these 283 players. 60,175 players up top. $60,175 up top.
Yeah, you got this.
I got it. The wire's just a little crossed here. Ninth place, $47.80. That's what they've all secured. Also, first place gets one of those beautiful gold WSOP rings and a WSOP Bahamas package at the end of the year, as all WSOP ring winners receive this season. And now it's Mixon with the queens. Our friends Cameron.
Yeah, local Austin guy in the mix a lot, in the Mixon.
You know what?
Definitely rooting for him.
His one ring was an 1,100 up in Oklahoma. So like, this is the stake. Like, this is like the sweet spot. And lines are up, by the way, 15, 25, 25. So that 50K is a min raise.
And Mixon, he's already won, I believe, one of our $200 side events for this series.
Yeah, he won one of the deep stacks the other night, and queens take it unopposed. And we'll get on to another hand. And if you're enjoying this, hit that like button. Let the internet know that you're enjoying it. Totally free to do, and
Thanks for the walk, guys.
helps us out. Give us a sub if you want to see some more TCH live content. We've got more coming. We still have some circuit events here in Austin, not to mention our usual shows out of Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. Lots of cash and tournament poker for you. And 6 years worth of back content on our YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, tonight we're running our PLO $600. And also our first flight of the main event, $1,700, $1 million guarantee. And we are going to kill that guarantee, smash it.
Everything's crushed the guarantees. They're already a third of the way there, and this is Thursday, which is always the slowest flight.
Mm-hmm.
And they got that kind of turnout. And we've got Taliana min raising the king jack from the low jack, and Simon waking up with the ace queen on the big blinds. And that is a stack that can be all in. It's about 14 and a half bigs, and that's exactly what Simon's done. And what does Taliana do here? Simon says, give me your chips. Does she oblige? She puts a cold chip in. She needs to find a king or a jack to score the elimination and grow the chip lead. Can the ace-queen hold for Simon? He's activated the stand-up equity.
Yeah, that factors in.
4-4-3 so far, so good, but 2 spades does give Taliana a backdoor. 9 of diamonds, backdoor is closed. Just a king or a jack that Simon needs to fade. The river is a king! And Simon's going to be out in 9th place. And the rich get richer. Taliana up over 3 million chips now. Good game, Simon. Thanks for playing and enjoy the $4,780. $6,070 for our remaining 8 players. That's what they've all secured. Still fighting for a little over $60,000 up top. Ace Queen.
I felt that pain.
I've warned the masses for years about Ace Queen.
I know. Every time I see one
Ace
of your
Queen.
stories, Lottie,
It's
like
It
you
usually
going
knows
out
that
with
hint,
Ace
yeah.
Queen.
I mean, I've done that twice this series already.
Yeah, I know.
And I was ahead both times. Both times. That was the worst river.
But he goes home with about 9K.
That was,
And now everybody's locked up.
it's like 4,700 and change according to the graphic there.
Ooh.
I'm assuming those numbers are right. I didn't validate those numbers.
No, I'm in a blur.
They all run together. Taliana gonna take some blinds. Opens up her threes. Got no resistance. They all saw what happens to the last guy. They all just folded.
Yeah, so he locked up 4780, and now everybody else is guaranteed 6,070
That's right.
with a $1,800 page up.
Yeah, so not quite 2 buy-ins. Like the difference here, these WSOP pay tables from what we normally have at our local TCH tournaments, they're a bit more top-heavy, and so the jumps tend to ramp up as you get into final table and like deep into final table, which definitely changes the dynamics of the earlier in the money phases. Like your min cash is 2x your buy-in, and then the pay jumps are very small for a long time. So you get to just try and stack chips and not necessarily be in ICM jail, which is kind of liberating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Folds all the way to Cameron in the small blinds with the 9-6 offsuit.
800, 820.
Chooses to limp over to Hayden, who has the king 10 off. A raisable hand. And he'll make it 75. That'll be the end of that. 2 of our shorter stacks. So eyes are going to be on them to either stack up or hit the exit. And being top heavy can be a feature. It's not necessarily a bug. I think it can be a feature. I showed up to win a bunch of money. I didn't show up to win a few dollars. I showed up to win a lot of dollars.
I prefer top heavy over flat payouts.
Yeah, I'm not trying to grind out main cashes myself.
No, I'm not here for the participation award. I'm here for the glory in the money.
Right with the ace queen of diamonds, another one of our shorter stacks in that 20 big blinds range goes for the min raise. Pretty common sizing when you see stacks this short. Lets you lose the minimum if you should have to fold. Can also induce some re-raises when you have it, as you want the action. Hayden folding an inferior suited ace, and William seat 9 going to play hand. King Jack offsuit. 6-5 deuce, 2 spades. William with the backdoor spades. They both have overs. Backdoor diamonds for Rhett. As well as the best hands at the moment. Rhett with about $350K in lifetime earnings. William with 135,000 or so. Deuce pairs on the turn. And now William the big blinds going to stab at this. This is a board that is a bit more favorable to the big blind defender. Rhett going nowhere with the good ace high. Does beat some draws. Does beat some random bluffs. 4 of diamonds makes it 4 to a straight. Any 3 making a straight. And check, check. So Rhett getting a little extra value with that ace high.
It's the quietest final table ever.
Just start. Everyone's getting settled.
So, Sam, did you fire into this at all? Or were you playing other tournaments?
I started the day going into day 2 of the monster
You're
stack.
making this lively.
But then
You
once
guys are making this
I
lively with the
busted and I was
all
like,
ins,
well, what should I play? And then I saw that there was deuce to 7 going on, which I am an absolute fish at. And then there was this, which I turned out to be an absolute fish at.
Yeah.
No, I shot 2 bullets in it, but at a 25 big blind or less entrance. But I am rooting for quite a few people on this table. All of them. I'm rooting for all of them.
Yeah, definitely some familiar faces here. And I didn't get to play this. I was firing the deuce yesterday.
Yeah, I
and,
definitely.
I was
as
not
I can
getting
imagine.
cards. I was not getting cards yesterday, which, you know.
Oh, really?
Or I got cards, but they weren't good enough.
That's a tough game. It's a tough game, and if you're not getting the cards, it's even tougher.
Yeah, you draw 1 and you make the 9th best hands, and you don't win. That's a bad time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's having a good time. Taliana waking up with ace-jack on the big blinds, facing the min raise from John, who does have a lot of chips, has over 1 million chips.
2 years.
Is she going to go the re-raise route?
What part? What city?
I believe so. I believe that's 115,000.
Sevilla, Cordoba. You been to Spain?
No, I haven't.
It's nice.
I don't
John
even know
is
why I'm nodding my head
dominated.
like
He's
I might know.
offsuit.
I just know of Madrid. and
He at least has
Barcelona.
position. But he is also
I
up
wanna go
against
there.
one of the
Spanish
few players
too,
that
right?
can bust him.
It's incredible.
Why not?
So does he want to get tangled up in what is potentially going to be a marginal spot on later streets if she keeps firing?
Where do you live now?
Huh?
Where do you live now?
Utah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Where you live?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Rhode Island is close to Connecticut, right? You all know each other?
And
Yeah.
this does appear to be a call from
Oh, they know
John.
each other.
Yeah.
John with almost 400K in live tournament cashes.
Oh
So
shit! What? Wow.
accomplished player.
That's amazing.
Has been in some big spots for sure before. And King 10-9 2 hearts. So Taliana flopping the gut shot. Ace Jack the best hand at the moment. John doesn't have a lot working for him here.
And based on the graphics, all the 5s have been folded. So this is going to be a hard one based on the cards to win. Just betting to get it.
Yeah, so a bet and a fold. Best he could manage would be a chop if he kept the same straight on the board if there's no more 5s. And so Taliana going to take another one.
They're all little up there.
3.3 million. John still second in chips. Just over 1 million. About 8.5 million chips in play. Price pool was almost 276,000 on this tournament. They guaranteed 100,000. They smashed that. Like they have every other guarantee. Like that mini main last weekend, that was 500,000 guaranteed.
Yeah,
And
1.3.
like well over 1 million. I can't wait to see what the main does this weekend.
Good run.
Seat
Yes.
4, John, he
Yeah.
won
Incredible.
the Big Tex Roller this series for
He-
100K.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
he's already got a ring and going for the second.
Okay, so he has a ring.
I did. I texted her. Yeah. I sent her the screen. I have like 26 bigs. Yeah.
And,
Way deep. Yeah. Heaps. Plenty.
What was I going to say? So the number that I pulled, I don't think includes that score. Like I looked him up on Hens and Mob, and I don't know that
Good
we've
run in the
reported that yet. So he might actually have half a
Good
million
run.
in cashes.
Yeah. You're
That's
I might be selling these players short.
So gangster.
trying. Yes.
William opens his button, queen jack offsuit, and takes it.
Utah. You're a beast.
Yeah, we've got some different
Yeah.
regions
I
represented.
think you
We've
said
heard
Iowa last
Utah
time.
mentions.
Yeah, Rhett from Utah, seat 3.
Yeah.
He frequents here often, but
I saw in the chat before Simon, who we saw go out in ninth. He's out of Indianapolis, I believe.
oh, nice. I love that we're bringing, I mean, it's a highly dominated Texas field, but I love getting our splashes of the other parts of the country and the world. It's an historic event, and I love seeing all the new faces.
Yeah, for sure. Glad that the rest of the poker world is seeing the beauty of Texas poker. And TCH has been at this for 10 plus years now, and they've built something special, and glad to be a part of it. And seat 9 waking up with queens, red queens, ladies in red, and Taliana on the button, gonna get frisky. Gonna go for that 115 3-bet.
480. There's 2 casinos in Rhode Island. One of them has poker. Then there's 2 casinos in Connecticut.
This time she's the one who stepped in it, unfortunately.
We're hanging out.
2 and where?
2 in Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah.
Function in
The win.
Out of position, we're gonna see the all-in
So it's all
and the
connected,
quick
right?
Definitely
fold.
bluff there.
William arguably with the worst seat at this final table, being on the direct right of the chip leader, who is very aggressive. And you have to have cards, so I feel like, to be able to manage that spot. The aggressive player with all the chips having position on you pretty much every time. You're going to get 3-bet probably a bit more often than usual.
Oh, yeah.
They're not giving him a break now. He's got king queen.
Till I'm stuck. I lost the blind.
Gets that one through.
480.
At some point, they stop believing you. And hopefully that's when you have the big premium hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make them wish they believed you.
You told him?
Tell you a little bit about the main with these few minutes we've got, or these few moments between hands. $1,700 the buy-in on that main event. Day 1 today through Saturday. The flight A is going on as we speak. Day 2 on Sunday at noon. Final table here on TCH Live on Monday afternoon. $1 million guarantee on that. And Mixon with the 7s under the gun. Repping the Dallas Stars. He's a big hockey fan.
So the first flight of the main has already got almost $500,000 in it. And it's just a Thursday. We still have Friday and Saturday for this guarantee. forecasted to be close to 2 at least.
Yeah, those tend to be the bigger days. Think about that. The slowest day got 500,000. The historically slowest day.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we have a collision of hands here. We have Rhett free betting the ace queen. John waking up with jacks and the small blinds. He covers both players. Does not have the chip leader to deal with, so can't go broke here. Considering his options, could go for the 4-bet.
I believe he will. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a rip.
I could see him doing any of the 3 options.
Yeah.
I think fold is the least likely, just because he's not the one whose life is on the line here.
He's got this pot is what 600K effective. Even if he
He
goes back.
folds the jacks.
Wow.
Folds the best hands. Back to Mixon, whose 7 surely would have gone away if there was a 4-bet.
Oh, for sure. Wow.
Now has to consider, do we call this small 3-bet, smallish 3-bet? Do we rip? 2 short stacks battling it out. Mixon going to flat. Gonna try and find himself a 7 as we go heads up. Instead, we get an ace queen 4 flop, so ace is up for Rhett.
That's a pretty easy board to get away from for Mixon.
Absolutely, the ace is the absolute last card that you want to see that's not a 7. Rhett continuing small. Knowing that if this is ever another big ace, Rhett just stacks him.
Yeah, for sure.
Not this
He's just gotta go.
And also would have been the wrong side of the flip for those pocket jacks if we're going to be results oriented, which, you know, that is what they pay us on.
Yeah, touche.
It's hard to. I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, jacks would have gotten in a bit ahead, but that would have been an awful flop.
That's an impressive fold, for sure.
Something like that.
I don't know how I'd play that in that spot.
I don't think I could do it because I could see myself still having chips there. So, I mean, if it was an all-in situation, maybe I can find the fold with 2 active players with less chips for ICM implications, but that's tough. That's why he's on the final table and I'm in the booth.
Yeah. I was too chicken to even get in there. That's right, Hoy Nguyen. There's no right way to play those, as a wise man once said.
So he gets to try again.
Yeah, you get a do-over. This time the black ones. Maybe the black ones you play them different than the red ones.
Guess it depends on how you bet roulette, what you believe in more, what's coming.
Yeah, you consult the little board that tells you what happened, because these are definitely, it's not independent, right? Okay, so John with the jacks is flatting. Rhett's open. Ace 9 suited for Rhett. Mixon with the ace 7 suited in the big blinds. He can close the action. Facing him in raise. Could see him saying, hey, I've got pot odds. Let's try and flop something. 25K more into a pot. That'll be 180. Not the best price you're ever going to find. Will he consider playing it as some kind of a squeeze?
I mean, the option is there.
Because these are 2 late position players.
Yeah, that's
these are the
exactly
wider
what I
ranges.
was thinking.
He's going to go the route of all in, going for the squeeze. Right with ace-9 suited and a player behind him. Lets it go. John going nowhere with the jacks, though, so Mixon going to need to find improvement to stay alive. Can John's jacks hold to score the knockout?
Mixon for his tournament life.
Kristen going to give us the run out. There's a heart. And there's an ace. Mixon out-flapping John, who now needs to find a jack. 10 won't do it. One more chance for John. Will he find the jack? Yes! Jack on the river.
Oh my goodness!
And Mixon going to be eliminated in 8th.
That's
in
brutal.
the dirtiest way possible. He had it, and then they took it away from him. Mixon was hoping for another ring. He's going to have to settle for $6,070.
No, what are we giving?
The old 2-outer.
The old 2-outer. And the rest of these players take home at least $7,880 as we continue on here.
Wow.
Good game, Mixon, and
Jeez, man.
great run.
Why does the run have to be that?
Perhaps the main goes better.
Jack. The window jack, you know?
Yeah,
no stress.
absolutely. Rooting for him. I'm a big fan of Cameron. And
Yes, I've
I'm
known
very,
him for years. And he's a
very
great guy.
proud of his runs this series.
Man, I clapped so hard.
Playing some great
My
poker,
answer.
the cards just not doing their part of the job.
And I'm not mad at the squeeze with the amount of blinds.
That's a
and
fine
a
squeeze.
late position.
It's-
And when you flop it, it's like, okay, this is what we want.
Yep, that's just aggressive poker, and it's not often that that second player is going to have something like jacks.
Yeah, for
Usually,
sure.
like that's a fairly capped range when that player calls, and you're usually worried about just getting called by the first guy.
Yeah, literally.
And Joe shoving his button ace-9 offsuit. Hayden in the big blinds with ace-jack suited, going to call it off. Can he hold to stay alive, or is he going to be our next exiter? So far, so good for the ace-jack. One more to fade. Can he fade the 9? Yes, he can.
There's no way another.
Hayden going to double up here.
See you, Simon.
Back-to-back all-ins.
Yeah, chips are moving. And like, we're at 25K big blind.
That's right, 15, 25, 25, and we are on 40-minute levels, I believe, on this final day of the Trailblazer.
I got 78 from the monster stack.
I think
Bet that paid
big
Yeah, like 13.
big hands are being dealt.
How about you?
Therefore, the chips are
I
going
got it
in.
yesterday.
There is more time. Nobody's in a rush right now. We could play it out, but like sometimes the cards speak for themselves.
Yeah, sometimes the cards say it's time to go, and we're seeing that, and
Nothing, yeah.
we continue
That's a win,
7-handed.
that's
So
a win.
now Joe solidly in that short stack position under 20 big blinds. Everyone else 30-plus bigs.
That was sick.
You're so clean.
Seat 1, of course,
I'm gonna
with
calm down.
a lot more than that. Over 100 big
Yeah, I have my
blinds for
So
Taliana.
when you don't have it, you
And,
3-bet. When you do have it, you flat.
It's never feels good being the shortest stack, but Joe is a very capable player.
playing my
I
cards.
played a lot with him over the years, especially in high-low games, but he's a master of all. And I bet he's not even feeling the pressure too much right now. He knows he has time.
Yeah, especially 7-handed. These orbits do take a while. They like it's not like say we're 4-handed and those chips disappear overnight. And we've got some 3-way action here. John opened, Joe flatted with the ace-10 suited, and as a result of flatting instead of squeezing, may have an opportunity to get away when William surely repops this with ace-king.
Just got
This
you.
is tough, though.
You're the loyal rail right here.
Super tough.
Everyone's in the main, or is everyone in the
225,
main, or where'd
the
Taco and
3-bet. John quickly folds.
is Hunter still in?
Do you think he's going to rip it in?
I think he can find the folds. We have to think about what's the 3-betting range from the big blinds with that stack and with
Oh,
John's
look,
stack.
what a pro right there.
There
I
is
think
the
he can
fold.
find the fold as well.
I think he didn't just shove himself largely to leave himself an out in case something crazy happens behind him, which
absolutely.
it did. We know ace 10 is pretty much toast once we get the re-raise, with these stacks being what they are.
Yeah, at best you're generally hoping for a flip.
Like, how often is big blind ripping into a player with another giant stack that opens?
Mm-hmm.
Not that often, like without the goods.
Without the goods.
So Joe stays alive. He avoids having to free out somebody for his tournament life, and we continue on. Texas Trailblazer final table here on TCH Live, TCH Social Austin, WSOP circuit stop. We're a week in, and what a week.
What a week.
Brad, where do you live
William
now?
Lottie, Sam Perryman with you,
Utah?
playing
Come
down
out
to
here
a
often,
winner
or
here.
You have a place here.
With over 60,000 for first place, a ring,
Oh, okay.
Bahamas package.
3 months doing sales, so and then I just flew back for the series.
Yeah, I think each player who wins a ring gets a 5K
That's
Bahamas,
right, 5K Bahamas package.
Hard to when you live in Utah like
which
that.
will be going on in
Yeah.
December, the
That's the best
WSOP
way to
circuit
like,
in
tournament
December
tournaments only, pretty much.
in
No,
the
I
Bahamas.
primarily tournaments, but I play some cash on the side.
Both players
Texas
missing
as
this
well?
flop.
Yeah.
It's up to me or you, bud.
It's San Antonio, right?
I live in San Antonio.
John continuing and taking it down.
I'm living in Gilbert. Gilbert with
You
the
can't hit the flop,
beautiful wife
c-bet, and
the
hope the other
doggo.
player didn't hit it either.
What about you?
Utah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's perfect.
What kind of dog do you have? What kind of dog do you have?
Husky.
Nice.
He's
In
great.
Arizona? Seriously?
I know.
Yeah.
He's a freak though. He loves laying out in the sun.
A husky in Arizona.
What about you?
Sorry?
What about you?
Sounds
An,
What
hot.
about me?
an interesting conversation. An
Oh, I do
interesting
not.
combination.
Dog or daughter?
Doggo.
Daughter?
Doggo.
Doggo.
Daughter one day.
Yeah,
One day.
I heard daughter.
No, no daughter or doggo.
My family had a husky mix once. She was a great dog.
I had a husky once. She sucked.
They're very strong-minded dogs, and they're high-energy dogs.
Yeah, that's so true. No dogs suck. They just all have their needs.
They do.
Joe taking a small one. Every chip counts.
I look at my neighborhood Facebook groups, and half the posts that are about a loose dog are involving a husky, it seems like. They're runners.
It's so common.
They're runners. We got another hands of 15, 25, 25. Ace King for William. Getting all the hands here in seat 9. Ace Queen for Taliana. This could be trouble.
Ooh, big hands. Late position.
Going for the 3-bet. Understandably so. Goes 115. We've seen her use this size every time, I think.
It's nice and snug with a little more than 2x on the open.
And we see a 4-bet, not for all the marbles. 400,000 is the 4-bet. I think she wanted to see what's behind.
90. She's about to send it here. They're about to be all in. Almost positive.
I love the commentary on the table. It's like I don't even have to be here.
Maybe
And Taliana has done what? She's moved all in.
She sent it as
told you, I know.
predicted.
And he makes the call.
Wow.
And William, the player at risk, is Ace King, needing to hold against Ace Queen.
Big pot, 2.2 million in.
Spots.
5-4-3, both players with a gut shot to chop. Ace King still ahead. The turn is a king. Taliana dead to a chop here. She needs a deuce to chop this one. Otherwise, William will double. Instead, it's an ace. Ace is up for William. And Ace King going to down Ace Queen.
And now we have a new chip leader.
We do have a new chip leader. This changes everything. We go from one giant stack to two pretty big stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Ace Queen certainly not a bad hand, but Ace Queen also gets pretty tough when you're facing a 4-bet from the guy who's second or third in chips. And presumably doesn't want to go out before one of those short stacks. That range gets a lot stronger, and that becomes a tougher choice. I can't fault her for calling with Ace Queen, but it's a much tougher choice than it seems. And just didn't work out this time.
So I'm looking up Mr. William Spivey in seat 9. He looks like he's from Georgia.
Yeah, about 135 in cashes.
Mm-hmm. Plays a bit of circuits.
And there's definitely a circuit grinder crowd that has turned up for this stop, as they do a lot of the others.
Yeah, that is what he is. All his scores are in the circuit.
Now, yesterday in that deuce to 7, I had Valentine Vornicke next to me. Somebody with a bajillion rings. Like, great! This is definitely the seat drawer that I want. The accomplished player on my direct left.
It's hard to avoid in this room.
Yeah.
Especially in such a specialized game like deuce to 7.
Yeah.
You can't, it's hard to fake it in that game.
Absolutely. Joe raising and taking it. Great news from the short stack position.
Is it your mom? She's like,
Take it unopposed.
You look great.
This is a friend of mine.
We get a look at these stacks.
What's that?
Nobody really in panic mode. And
Yeah, shortest stack is still 20 big blinds.
a couple of players over 80 bigs. John and Hayden kind of caught in the middle.
Oh gosh, I'm reading the chat and I was like, why is someone telling me ace 7 no good, Sam, only against my queen? That is definitely because I sucked out on someone the other day. Apparently this guy.
Number one
They
fan
found
right
you.
there.
Yeah.
Danny raising and taking it.
50% free roll?
Got there the hard way too, not hitting the ace.
Yeah. Oh, he owes you a free roll.
Mixon not running so well on that one.
Yeah, and condolences to our colleague Eli, who apparently had a piece.
Yeah, I mean, he made money.
Having to play this yourself is sweaty enough. I can't imagine it not even being in your hands.
I heard big and I answered.
He's a little tougher in Asian, so you can't really tell.
John opening button, King Jack. Joe waking up
Yeah,
with the ace 10
5-10,
on the small blinds. Don't think fold's going to be the answer here.
I think you're right there. So 3-bet.
Could consider 3-betting, could consider 3-betting all of it.
There's some form of 3-bet happening. 3-bet shove, 3-bet raise. We're going to go with the 3-bet
Never
raise.
mind, we get the call, actually.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. I see it.
Which will invite Hayden to come along and see a very cheap flop with the Queen 8 that otherwise probably wouldn't have.
I don't hate it, though.
Yeah, here we go. 5-4-4, 2 diamonds. Not impressive for any of these two
Cheers,
players.
fellas. Cheers.
Joe having the
Yeah,
back
I got
doors
like-
that are the best
About
ones.
to be like Tony Biggs.
We're going to see a C-bet here?
Here we go.
Probably
Okay.
not.
Not this time. And it's Hayden spiking the Queen. Had the worst hands pre-flop, now has the best hand on the turn. And could seek some value here. He could get paid by some draws. Also might have heard from some draws by now.
How you doing?
Hayden going to make a stab. I mean, John. It's-
They showed up. Yo, what's up, my friend? Let's go.
85,000 with that. John quickly out of there.
Cuck chair.
Oh,
Let's go,
Joe
yeah.
with ace high, which
before you're here,
beats some draws.
pretty
Yeah,
nice.
he
I
can
banged
bluff
5
catch.
percenters.
That's about it here. Probably going to let it go.
If there's a river bet, it's going to be for the rest of your chips is the problem.
That's the plan, man.
You
That's
get
the
2
plan.
rings, I'm losing my shit. 2 more rings.
Thank you.
I'll do my best. I appreciate you guys.
So Hayden gets up over the million chip mark. As we go up to 15, 30, 30 blinds, and
Thank you.
we do have a dealer change. Kristen
All right.
stepping out, Gavin stepping in.
Hello.
Kristen also frequently pressing the buttons to make this show go.
Oh,
Shout
yeah.
out to Kristen,
Tracking
she's the best.
action. Yeah, she is. Got a great staff here. Really excited to have her in the live stream multiple times this series.
While we have a moment, while we're getting the deck checked, let's remind you all of the payouts.
I already got warned.
283
Watch out for
entries
this
gave us a
online,
prize
bro.
pool of $275,925. First place getting $60,175. Seventh place getting $78.80. Of course, the WSOP circuit ring, the package for the Bahamas. And if winning those things sounds good to you, we've got the 1700 main event happening right now as we speak. Additional day 1 flights tomorrow and Saturday. Day 2 Sunday. Final table here on TCH Live on Monday.
When's Baccarat
I believe
coming
that's
to
you
TCH?
and Aaron on the call for that one.
Yeah, really
That'd be
excited. Well, I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to make my way
Yeah, they
to
did.
the
They got
final
some humor.
table, but if not, consolation prize commentating it.
Not a bad consolation
Yeah,
prize,
no,
and,
it's awesome.
I'm sure we'll manage if you or both of you make the final table. I'm sure we can
We're sure gonna
get some
try.
fill-ins.
But Aaron's already got his ring this series, so let me have one.
Well, it's time to get another one.
Yeah. He's definitely gonna give it his best shot, as am I. You gonna participate?
755.
I may be able to get in there on Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm here now, and tomorrow's kind of busy for me, and Saturday might be messy for me.
Saturday might be messy for me too, but it's because I'm playing.
Done raising and taking it. Mine's messy, and I wish I was playing.
Fair enough.
The old day job sometimes requires work, so I might have to settle for some of these remaining events.
Yeah, there's a bomb pot event still.
There's still a bomb pot event, yes.
In which I'm so
I was just
excited
gonna
about.
plug that. Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's like my, in addition, a consolation prize if main event doesn't work out. I'm like, but there's still a bomb pot. I mean, I'm from Texas. I'm so hype about a bomb pot.
Like, this is made for us.
Yeah, it really is.
I can't believe you can win a bracelet in bomb pots now. What a world we live in. They
It's
have a 1,500 bracelet event around the summer.
It's a beautiful world.
have to try and fire that one this summer.
I've only played one Bombot tournament, but when I did, I won it.
There you go.
So
It's your game.
probably gonna do it again.
Hayden opening button. 6-3 offsuit. This is a steal, and it's not going to work
No.
because seat 9 has once again found a premium hands, if we can call ace queen premium. And
We can. I mean, I can, but Lottie has mixed feelings.
You know what? Taking it without a flop is the best case scenario. Well, what happened to Taliana? She had ace queen. Well, she lost a third of her chips.
Oh my gosh. Ace queen is your crux.
It's my kryptonite, and
Top donkey.
yeah, all I'm saying is, and I'd have a ring if ace queen just didn't shove. I'd have a ring right now. No rings on these hands, and it's because of ace queen.
You know, I don't have that nightmare hand. Like, I can't think of a hand that's like, oh, I don't want this. Because if it's a premium, I'm gonna figure it out, and if it's not a premium, I'm probably not playing it.
The messed up thing is I don't even have to have it. The other player can just turn it over and I lose. All right, so John raising low jack with the ace-4 off.
Did you shoot a small black?
Little bit adventurous, and doesn't get a ton of pushback. Just Danny defending with his suited ace. Decent chance this chops if it gets the showdown. Well, it's not going to chop because Danny has flop to flush.
What a life.
I mean, strictly speaking, John could backdoor straight flush, but that probably won't happen.
That would be a really special run out.
Check, check.
Finding most of my chips. Here, let me.
Nice.
John pairing his 4.
You out the pillow?
If Danny checks it once more, he might get a bet.
Yeah, the problem for Danny is it's going to be very hard for John to have a hand that can pay him. Danny going to go for a small bet. 30,000, the minimum bet here. A single big blind.
John is playing very cautious.
I don't want that. Huh? Yeah, but I'd rather not play. But
John makes the call. To the river we go. 5 of clubs. Puts forward was straight out there.
Gives Danny the wheel as well. Didn't need it, but he got it.
I think this is my water. I think.
What do you think the max value he could extract here? 3 big blinds?
Maybe 2. Probably not even 2.
Yeah.
And,
Especially against this opponent, I feel like
like
a 2.5 big blind bet on the river might be.
This board just kept getting worse for John. And 185. So I actually like this sizing. Just in case John has a 6.
Yeah.
I think Danny's determined that the worst hand that's paying him on this river is probably a 6.
Yeah, if he gets any call, might as well try to get as much out of it.
And if John has a flush, then Danny's probably going to double.
Yeah.
And he probably doesn't have a flush since we went check, check on the flop. John really thinking this over. Is he contemplating some kind of a bluff? I doubt it, but Also, probably considering how often Danny is bluffing here. What bet's tiny on the turn and is now blasting the river?
A missed flush draw.
Yeah. Like a naked ace of hearts, maybe, which John makes the call and finds out that Danny was not bluffing. And so Danny pulls almost even with John. And you're probably hoping to see like ace-9 with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably what he deduced. He's like, well, I can bluff catch this.
Or like a king of hearts that decided to bluff it. Because like the thing is, there's actually not that many ace highs, I think, that just flat the big blinds that you're also beating. Because there's a lot of ace highs that have a pair, that have a straight. And those big aces like ace king, ace queen, ace jack may have 3-bet you pre. Yeah, Alex, we were just discussing that actually, that you could have a naked ace of hearts, but well, I also just ran through like there's a lot of aces of hearts that actually have a better hand than a pair of fours on that particular board. That's
we're with you when you're right, Alex.
I called, I was like, bruh. I know.
Let the little bros win one. Go.
He's 7-3
John.
is
John.
going to pair William.
What's up, bro?
Our cutoff opener. And Rhett out-turning him on the 8 of hearts. Found at the table. Now we see William betting small on this turn. Right, making the call with that turn second pair. 5 on the end. So the 8 gonna be good.
I will call for a jack in the final.
My bad, man. I was just having fun. I was in complete like donk, dude. I was trying to have fun yesterday. I was going crazy. No, that was crazy though. Yeah, I like called like 4 rivers in a row to
Rhett
like
taking
fuck
this
people,
one.
like-
It's been a little bit since Rhett's had a playable hand, so nice to break the drought with a winning hand and
for
not
sure.
just.
I'm rooting for Rhett
Barely over a
too.
million.
He's such a fun in real life
1.02.
personality, and I respect his game. I have a lot of conversations with him, just among the
barely, man.
series and
We
a
did
little
it.
before in other tournament series.
I did it, man.
Much respect.
I know. I was gonna send it, and then these.
I like the hair.
Your rail got me to just call.
I feel like it grew
Pre-flop.
fast.
I said your rail just got me to call pre-flop. I was gonna send it, like
It
literally.
did not look that long, like a month ago.
I wish you sent it free.
The rail
I can fold.
influencing the action.
Yeah. What do they know? They're on the rail.
Oh,
That's
man.
that's like getting influenced by chat.
You got this.
Yeah.
We love you, chat.
Good fold.
Rhett given the first walk, I think.
Yeah, I believe that's the first walk. It took
What are you
20
drinking?
hands,
What are you drinking?
and we do have a walk for John.
Pretty fair
What are you
walk.
drinking?
Perfectly average queen 7.
You don't really want to battle the 3 deuce out of position against someone with more chips than you,
Yeah.
unless you do.
Yeah, no need to get tangled up in spots with
Yeah.
some of those lighter holdings. Ace Jack, not a light holding for Hayden. Min raises from early position.
Where is Hayden from?
Not sure where he's from.
Chat, do you know? If not, I'm going to use the old internet.
Yeah. Didn't take note of that. Yeah, I found about 5K in earnings for Hayden online between Hens and Mobbins, the WSOP app. And we have a 3-bet here. Danny waking up with pocket 10s makes it 150,000.
Hayden, quick fold. Doesn't want to play that out of position. Totally understandable.
8-9, Jack 9, Jack 8.
And it pays to be polarizing. One note, I didn't see last night's show, but I will note that typically there is a security guard posted by the live stream table even when we're not streaming. That's just one of the places where we have security. So whatever you saw might have been a coincidence.
I'm going to keep doing that decision. I'll call it.
They may or may not be in the shot. But,
no, I think it's because the live stream table is in the center of the room, and that's just the posted spot. It's not anything to do with the actual table.
Exactly. Yeah, that's.
It's near the cage. It's
yeah.
Got a good eye on all of it. It's pretty cool the way this room is designed, having the live stream table featured right around the whole middle of it.
Yeah, you're right in the room with us as you're watching here on TCH Live. And John opening his button, he's got 6s. It's 60K. Joe with an ace on these small blinds.
Boston area. That's where Hayden's from. Thank you, chat.
Guy calls with jacks and a river and 8.
I thought I saw Connecticut
final table bubble.
on the Hens and
I
Mob
funded
there,
like
so
all
yeah.
checks out.
I saw like New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. Yeah. If this is the right one, there's no picture. I could be just looking at someone else's stats.
For him, but I don't think he was ever full. I should have checked, but I committed myself to the stories.
So Jack 9-8, so no set for John, and a good-looking flop for a big blind defender. So check. Turns a queen. We're now 4 to a straight on the board, and despite being the best hand, I don't think John has much interest in these 6s at all.
Yeah, I was about to say, this looks like a good opportunity for Hayden to put some little chippies in there.
Goes half pot and gets the quick fold.
I wouldn't complain.
Rob wants a shout out for TCH Spring. Yes, let's shout out all the TCH locations. There's 6 of them. We're here in Austin. There's Spring. Shout out to Spring.
I just got here yesterday, bro.
My biggest ever score was at the Spring location, actually. My biggest score so far.
Nice. Was that the trophy?
No, that was not the trophy. That was a much smaller score at the Houston location. Shout out to Houston. And we also have the Dallas, Las Colinas, and Rio Grande Valley locations.
Houston has been well represented, especially on these final tables.
Yeah, Houston and Dallas. Like we got people from all over Texas.
Oh, yeah.
We got people from beyond Texas who are joining us.
It seems like nearly a regional battle. Like you have like your big alliances with Houston v San Antonio v Dallas, and it's just like a big like sports teams battling each other.
Yeah, we've had Austin take a few rings ourselves.
Oh yeah.
Why do people sleep in on Austin? We gotta show them what's what.
I plan on it.
I do enjoy it every once in a while, but not a thing I'm ever going to be doing for.
Oh, you play more cash?
I only play cash.
Only play cash?
I mean, I play.
So larger open, small blind versus big blind.
And it's an ace for the big blinds.
Not that hard. You got to catch punts. You got to build pretty easy at the beginning.
Since he made such a large open, I guess he could continue betting. But I think he's going to face some resistance right here.
I think so. Ace high board's great for the opener. Unfortunately, it's the defender that actually has it.
Well, this will put the brake pedal on for Hayden.
Oh, you hit 8.
Yeah, Jack of Spades will probably do it. I wonder if he picks up a gutter, if he would have continued, but
yeah, like a 3-ball.
Yeah. check, check, and it's queen pairs on the ends. Back to our flush on the ends. Williams kicker not playing anymore. Aces and queens with a jack.
William probably feeling really good about his hand right now. I think the queen probably would have c-bet turn.
And he gets bet into. Looks like 180, so about 2/3 pot. Some players will find bet, check, bet to be a little bit sus. William makes the call, and Hayden announces 6 high. And he can beat 6 high.
Yeah. That's exactly what you want to hear.
Yeah.
All right, so Joe in the 11 big blind category, Hayden with double that. Kind of handicaps the middle stacks with Joe being so short for ICM implications.
Yeah, Danny, John, and Rhett sort of caught in the middle. William and Taliana, the two real halves in this tournament right now. Joe, the have-not for now, but one hand can change that. One double up and he's back in this game.
No, sorry, mine too. You're the PLO or what are you in?
And with the chat, poker in Texas is awesome.
It is awesome.
So let's just hypothetically say that someone in Texas wins the main event. Where do you think they're from? Is it Houston? Dallas? San Antonio?
We're talking about this main?
Yeah, this main. This main that first flight started today. Got another flight Friday and Saturday.
I'm going to be a homer, and I'm going to say Austin.
I mean, obviously, we got to root for the home team. What do you want, Chad?
Like if we're talking about like the main out in Vegas, I mean, last summer someone from Midland damn near won it.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine the Midland crew just swoops in here and wins. There's like a bunch of them that get around. Like back during the pandemic days, like the only poker tournaments anywhere were out there. So there were a couple of times I sat out there for a week at one of the places out there, and I got to know them, and they're a good group, and so there's some good players there.
Yeah, Midland, Odessa people, they're spicy. They know how to make some big stacks happen. Their Fs are less.
Players.
Yeah, their Fs are less there.
Yeah.
Less fear for sure. Ooh, some big hands
for Hayden.
Hayden with 21 big blinds in the cutoff. Going to click it up.
150, and yeah, you could go either way. You could go all in. You could go for the smaller 3-bet. These are queens, and you're almost never folding. If all hell breaks loose behind you, maybe you fold for ICM reasons, and you can get a free ladder. But that's not what happened. We're back to our original razor, and we're happy with whatever happens here.
Yeah, Hayden's wanting to get value out of his hand, which I respect.
Really thinking about this, contemplating what's 3-betting, and decides a lot of stuff that Ace-Jack's not doing so great against, so he makes the fold, and he sidesteps the possibility of giving Hayden a free double up. understandable with ace jack.
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely. There's
yeah.
better spots, and you don't need to waste the chips there out of position.
And one of the key things with a tournament versus a cash game, losing chips is a lot more harmful than winning chips is beneficial, if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes
that's-
sense, especially when you have someone with 11 big blinds.
Yeah, that's the long and short of ICM. You don't want to lose chips. That hamstrings your ability to win chips later on, and it also allows other players into the game. So you see some closer spots sometimes getting passed on where you might take them in a cash game. Not that we're playing cash 20 big blinds deep very much, unless somebody's gone and straddled $100 at 2-5. William with sevens, but he's going to step in it this time. Taliana might get some revenge here with those kings. These two collided earlier, ace king versus ace queen. William getting the better of it, but Taliana lining up another 3-bet, I believe.
Sure. My
Looks like
decisions are easy
150.
anyway, so fuck it. Let's keep them coming.
Well, folds back to William.
Thanks, bro.
Our two chip leaders. He's going to fold. They are deep enough that from an odd standpoint, you could have played this as a set nine.
Yeah.
If that said, you're probably not getting the full double quite as often as you would if this were, say, a cash game. And you also don't necessarily want to give Taliana a bunch of chips whenever you miss. It pays to be polarizing. Who's in the booth? I'm William Lottie, and I've got Sam Perryman alongside me.
Hey, guys.
And you've got a fan club.
I love it.
Yeah, Cindy wants you on for all the games.
I'm here for you. I'll be here for the main event. Maybe.
We gotta let her. We gotta let Sam play sometimes. Is the thing.
I appreciate you guys, though. This is really awesome to be a part of this series in every way. To be in the booth, to be on the felt, to be doing content for this room. I am having one of my best weeks of my life. This is so cool.
Yeah, best week of my poker career. You know what? We've waited a long time for this.
We really have.
We thought Trailblazer Tour was something. This is just a whole new level. There's this extra hype around these final tables, as you guys have seen this past week, as we see Rhett 3-betting his ace-queen from the small blinds over that button open. John surely wishes he could have seen a flop with that ace-3 suited, but it seems like that's probably not how this is going to go.
Might gotta go. With Danny raising the button here, it just makes John doing anything a little spicy, a little less likely.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really constrained here. And there's no reason either of these players can't actually have it.
Mm-hmm.
Winston suggesting a 4-bet bluff. Yeah,
I mean, it
probably not.
The 3-bet came from a short stack in an already raised pot. It's just a little unlikely, but I love like the energy put towards the thoughts right now.
Yeah.
Exercising every option.
And yeah, he does make the fold there. I don't blame him for thinking it through, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Thinking through what we've seen on this final table and whatever happened leading up to this final table. We don't know who was playing together on what tables earlier today or yesterday. So maybe there's a thought, well, this guy messes around. And Danny going to flat that 3-bet. Danny in position with the king-9 suited, has 2 live cards. And has 80% of a flush on Jack 6-3.
That sure is 80% of a flush. I like how you worded that.
I can't say I've coined that sort of phraseology. Others have said that, but
I mean,
Top
I
10
understand, but
lines.
I felt like it flowed so well right there.
Brett going to continue.
This is tough because his stack size and the pot size are basically the same. He's setting himself up for the turn shove.
It does seem like the turn's going to get shoved. If Danny doesn't do it right now, I could see Danny going for a shove here. You're pretty happy if an ace high folds. At least I'd be happy if ace high folds, or if somehow we get pocket eights to fold. And Danny does shove. He does have a lot of equity. He has 2 live cards to go with the spades.
This is a tough call for Rhett, though. He didn't connect with this flop. There is an equally short stack on this table.
He doesn't really block anything, and he does fold.
Yeah, giving himself hope for another spot.
Amazing. Imagine Danny has smashed it. He has like a jack and a spade draw. You're just completely toast.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're looking at 4 outs.
They're probably going to get worse.
Mine as well. I swear I wasn't bluffing.
Now, I can't say I know the ICM math well enough to know how the king nine is supposed to respond to that 3-bet, but I don't blame him flatting. And he got a flop where he knew exactly where he was, and he was able to play that. And Mixon checking in the chat. Thanks for the kind words, and nice run. Sorry it didn't quite work out, and sorry they had to make the run out as mean as it was.
Yeah,
that was
great,
unnecessary
great run,
roughness.
Mixon. We were definitely rooting for the hometown hero, but we know you're gonna run deep in other tournaments. So this is just one that we lost, but we'll get the next one.
Yeah, certainly not the last time we're going to see you on these airwaves, I'm sure. So we see Danny opening some 6s, John flatting with some upside down 6s. Ace 4 deuce.
The flatting the 9 seems so responsible.
These are 2 very big stacks, and a
Yeah,
3-bet like reopens the action, and you could get punished pretty hard.
For sure, and ICM implications. You got
And check, check.
a handful of short stacks that no need to bloat this pot.
This queen puts a second flush draw on the board. It wouldn't surprise me if this just checks down. They both say, we have a pair, and if I somehow am lucky enough to win, wonderful. And if I don't, it's just 2 bigs. Should nines be a 3-bet there? For the reasons we just said, probably not. Not against the big stack. If it's a short stack, and out of position. If it's a short stack and we're going to effectively put him in, sure. Like 9s are pretty good if we're getting a dozen bigs in the middle pre-flop.
Oh, yeah.
But playing 50 bigs deep.
50 bigs deep when there's 2 players that have less than 15.
Yeah.
It's better to play small ball.
And we check all the way down. John taking it with the 9s.
You guys be nice.
Okay, sorry. Too many drinks. I like that.
These dudes are all final tablers. Give them some respect.
I got final 2 tables. I'm bad.
Give them some respect.
There's been so every time you make a final table, you get
You get a challenge coin. I've seen a couple of those floating around the room. I saw them get handed out right before we went on tonight.
like a little golden chip protector. What'd you call it?
I got like a card protector. I get challenge coin. I think
Challenge
is what
coin?
I've heard them referred to
I haven't
as.
heard that word before.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. I hope I pick one up at some point in these final days.
If you find one on the ground.
Like we're going through Monday here.
But what's cool about that is we've had probably, I think, 3 to 4 people who have already in this like short series acquired more than one.
Yeah, you get some people who are very hot in a given
We
series.
got Derek Norman, who's got 2. Danny Chang has got 2. Bob French, who's got 2. Oh my gosh, I'm spacing. John on this table, who won the high roller, he's got his second one. What an accomplishment in these huge fields to be able to final table more than once. And it's not over. We could still get people doing 3.
Yeah.
Achieving 3. This is so freaking cool. And it's such an honor to get on one of these final tables. And it's a big shout out for those who have more than one.
Yeah, we've got the PLO going on as we speak. We got the main going on as we speak. There's still another 600 coming up this weekend. A bomb pot tournament, I believe 400 ring event to wrap things up on Monday.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bounty in there somewhere.
Yes, there's a black chip bounty. How could I forget that? I think that's tomorrow night. Don't hold me to that. I think it's tomorrow.
I think you're right, but
Either
don't
tomorrow or
hold
Saturday.
me to that.
Either tomorrow, TexasCardHouse.com or the WSOP app for all the details, the whole schedule, which I should know by now, but I'm not that smart, so I don't.
I know my schedule, and therefore I've memorized what I need to know.
Let's find out what's when.
Wow, I can't believe you pulled that off.
Texas Card House stop. I love this WSOP app. It's just like in Vegas. Like Reggie on the phone, doing all the things on the phone.
It's amazing just being able to register for a tournament online, and they give you your seat number via the app. That is insane. I haven't actually. I took a year or 2 off of Vegas summers, and so this is my first experience using the app.
Joe, all in with the 9s.
9 big blinds, 9-9. Let's get it.
Maybe I should have just jammed that.
That bounty tournament is Saturday at 4 o'clock.
I was like, we could see a call from small blind here, as we do. Taliana going to get out. And it's ace high versus pair of 9s.
Let's see if Joe's 9s can hold to stay alive.
I'm not going to say it loud that I'm rooting for somebody, but they know what's up.
Let's see what happens. Queen 10-5. So far, so good for those 9s. William needs an ace to score this knockout. Picks up a gut shot on this King of Hearts turn. No player with a heart. Ace or jack now for the knockout. But instead it's a 10, so 10s and 9s for Joe. Gonna get the double up.
Joe with a much-needed double up, and now we can breathe. 9 big blinds. Sure, we got moves, but less moves, especially about to be in the big blind. Or no, we're not about to be in the blind. Just, it's coming, though.
Yeah.
It's right around the corner.
It's always looming.
It's always looming.
Apparently, Challenge Coin, the term's origin is with the military, actually.
Oh, thank you.
Soldiers collect and trade from deployments, and so you see these coins here. I wonder if you get a TCH coin when you win this as well. Like when you win tournaments at TCH, like there's often a coin that they give you.
Yeah, for sure.
I got one when I won the Trailblazer. You get the trophy, you get the belt buckle, and apparently you still get the coin.
I love some coinage.
Wonder if that happens here.
I think pays to be polarizing. Knowledge is power. I like not talking from no knowledge.
Yeah, you learn something new every day.
Jacob in the chat saying, let's go, Joe. I'm with you, buddy.
And so remaining schedule, apart from the main, we've got the Black Chip Bounty $400 Turbo Saturday at 4. Sunday at 11 a.m., we have the $600 Texas Stack Ring event. 50K guarantee. That's a 2-day tournament.
And every 50K every 50K guarantee is a big LOL. It is like 200K guarantee.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there's 200K in that prize pool.
Wouldn't surprise me.
A little 4Xer.
$400 double board bomb pot. That is Sunday at 4.
Cute.
Last Lone Star Ring event, Monday 11 a.m. And final tables for the Texas Stack and the main on Monday. That main final table right here on TCH Live. Hit subscribe, get your notifications on, find out every time we're on the air across Austin, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. That's where we stream out of. We're in Austin tonight. We also have locations at Las Colinas and Spring, which are awesome, and you should go to them.
Yeah, and outside of series, as we get this ace queen through, outside of the series, we We stream out of TCH Social every Wednesday, some form of a cash game.
Yep, we got all kinds of stuff. We have usually Hold'em, sometimes some PLO. The other week we had PLO 8, which was a lot
Beautiful.
of fun.
Love
We've
it.
had Big O. We even had No Limit Deuce the 7 sometimes. And it's a good time, whatever we're playing. It's a good time, and we hope you join us for that, or one of the cash games out of our other locations. Perhaps one of our weekly Dallas final tables, usually on Saturdays. Hayden with the 10s, opening up the low jack, and getting 3-bet by William, our chip leader, putting that chip lead to use.
Well, this 3-bet looks like it's just going to let Hayden put it in unless he thinks that this is not the move. But that size, based on Hayden's chip stack, it's not generally a flat.
Yeah, Hayden actually has it this time, so he's going to go all in, and he's going to steal the steal.
Steal the steal.
Winston wondering how you get on the live stream table at TCH Social. Call up the club and tell us you'd like to play on TCH Live, and they can get you hooked up with production. The lists, how far out the lists get made depends on the game, and I don't know where you're at. If you're coming from out of town, you can give us some notice. We could work with you on that as far as making sure you get a seat.
And my friend and fellow commentator, Kyle, he has been putting together a lot of these live streams lately. And if you want to contact him on IG, it's KW Frisbee, KWFRISBIE. He would like the follow, too. He always tells me he loves building the brand.
We've got Joe getting very tricky here. 10's in the big blinds.
Ooh.
He chooses to flat. Danny's open. Queen 7-5. Only one over to the 10's, and it's not the really scary one. Not the ace, which is what Danny was looking for. Ace-6 offsuit, the worst ace.
So if Danny makes the stab, does Joe opt for the shove?
I think we're about to find out. I think
It's a really small bet.
There's definitely two schools of thought. One is to flat and continue trapping and let him do the heavy lifting on the turn. The other is to blast it now, but that might just get you called by a queen.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Another over.
Board got dicey.
This is a lot dicier.
Yeah, the play on this table has been pretty snug. A lot of tight corners here.
And nobody doing anything that insane yet. Danny going to barrel again. Going to go small.
Joe now going to decide right here in this moment if his 10s are better than this board. Because we're not floating any more bets if we don't believe it. It's do or die time.
125,000 would leave about 60% pot behind if it were flatted somehow.
Yeah, I think a flat here would be not recommended.
I probably wouldn't, and I certainly wouldn't do it without a plan for what happens on every possible river.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got 2 scare cards. What are you waiting for, the ace to come?
Yeah, exactly. What rivers? What rivers are we calling off?
Are we just looking for the 2 outer?
And this is the decision point.
This is tough.
What rivers do we want to continue on?
This is the risk you take when you let the turn card come for without putting the pressure on.
Or even the flop, for that matter.
Yeah.
Which that was a shovable stack pre-flop. Yeah, I'm not sure that jamming really accomplishes a lot, Winston. I actually agree with you there.
Yeah.
I think it just gets you called by a better hand. That's all it does. Like, unless you're going to tell me Danny's somehow going to take this line with Jackson then fold. Which I find unlikely.
Not for that. Yeah. That's tough.
And so we do see the 10s get away, and we do see Kristen stepping back into the box.
I think if like an 8 comes on that turn,
If something that's an under to the 10,
Yeah.
then I
Then
think,
we could go for the jam against the turn raise. Turn bet, I mean.
yeah, I think he was hoping for not another over.
Mm-hmm.
Unless maybe it pairs the queen and it's more likely you're ahead at that point.
You would love a queen on that turn. That is probably the card exactly you want to make it less likely for someone to have a queen in their hand.
But yeah, I personally probably just shove pre there, but I also don't have whatever history these guys have, and
seeing the turn was an interesting choice, but I get it.
And also, like, my hands in mob is like a third of Joe's. So
yeah, no, Joe's a gangster, and he's preserving chips. Just a weird spot. It could have been avoided, but it also was just very cautious, and he's still in it.
Yeah, and not getting wrapped up in marginal spots is one of the ways that you tend to keep yourself alive. John making it 80,000, which is the new minimum. We are now up to 20, 40, 40 for the next 40 minutes or so. And I believe John has taken it down with that button raise. So the pressure ramps up on Joe, whose chips have been devalued with these blinds going up. Joe just over 10 big blinds. We're at just under 10 big blinds. Can you show the payouts? Yeah, it's been a little bit. Sorry about that. Seventh place gets $7,880.
I'm coming with.
Sixth place gets a number that's covered by a thing on my screen. $10,460. Working up to $60,175 for first place.
What?
So we're working on a 2.5K pay jump from 7th to 6th.
The opening again. Ace Jack this time.
Even the half raise is good.
Takes it.
Even the 60 would have been good.
That is a cool 100K pickup. Stacks will get shorter. About 8.5 million chips in play. 30K starting stack times 283 entries is just under 8.5 million. So a bit over 200 big blinds left in play across all 7 of these players. So we're getting closer to the end game. It's usually when there's about 100 left or less that you start to think about the tournament potentially finishing. So I suspect we'll go on a while longer, but also we're going to lose some players in the next level or two.
Yeah, the short stacks are going to be faced with some choices very soon. Sub 10 big blinds ain't no, I want to say rodeo, but that's not what I wanted to say. It ain't no walk in the park. That's not it.
There we go.
We'll take it.
It's not a cakewalk.
There you go. I was like, why can't I figure out this analogy?
As our friend Aaron would say, words are hard.
Words. When I last commentated with him, he often said that.
Yeah.
For when I tried to talk.
Alvin, I have no idea who's girlfriend. So
well, no. If I'm not mistaken, what I've noticed in the chat is seat 1 is with somebody else on this table.
Yeah, that's what I'm gaining in this. Like yeah. Like that was not in the notes. Oh, Jedi Master Ted, good to see you.
Thank you.
Long-time chat pro. And
Hayden. Okay, okay. So. Cool.
Okay, so.
I love when we have fun dynamics like that.
Oh, Hayden taking a pot with that C bet.
Yeah, no charge. Of course not.
See a couple of our fours in the corner there. I see our TD Josh on the right, and we see Hammer, I think, and
Josh, he's the one that put together this whole whole tournament schedule. He's the one who chose to make the first circuit ring for Deuce to 7. He designed the actual structure.
Yeah, the schedule and all that.
He put Big O on our schedule, which is a big deal for us Texas folk who are all about it.
Yeah, I really have to applaud them for giving us so many mixed events.
Yeah.
When we run our other series around here, whether it's the Trailblazer Tour or Poker Atlas or just our random summer series, there's always a good mixed selection. And I'm really glad that carried over to the WSOP circuit. There are not that many circuit events that have mixed events. Like some of them, it's like one PLO, maybe a horse if you're really, really lucky. And I think we've just shown everyone that mixed events are viable on the circuit. We see Joe folding the king-queen suited off of that short stack.
That's I was curious what was going to happen, and I mean, he had many options there. Fold or shove were the two, and
yeah,
he wants to live to see another day. Ooh, ace deuce 3-betting the ace 4 in position.
You watching it?
I personally think I shipped the king queen, but also like preservation is key, and if we're looking for pay jumps and better spots, he's still got time.
7-handed, I'm going to bide my time. If you told me we were like 5-handed, 4-handed, I don't have time to wait around. I'm probably going with it. But, and we see Hayden attacking John here. Battle of suited ace wheel cards, and Hayden just might prevail here. But Hayden's a relatively large stack who can mess up John Deepening.
And what's great is attacking the middle stacks when you have mini short stacks in the red zone. Like, this is what you're supposed to do. Attack middle stacks in position when you are in an ICM spot.
Absolutely.
I was like, did I say that right?
that made sense.
I was railing the deuce to 7, so I might be 2 to 3 beers in.
Yeah, you might be. You might be playing low ball.
Yeah.
You're saying, hey, we got a deuce. Don't leave home without a deuce, right?
I mean,
that's a thing.
I love my low cards.
Deuce to 7 at least. And anyway, back to John, who. He's going to play some street poker here. This is a 4-bet.
Okay, gangster.
4-bet's going to take it. Well done, John, seeing through Hayden's shenanigans and collecting that
look,
3-bet.
he waved
He's got the
finger. Game, respect, game. Gosh, that was nice to see. I just like the battle there. It wasn't as conservative as this table has been thus far, and so a little friskiness is fun.
And Hayden's thinking, this is why I don't 3-bet. This is why I don't bluff.
No, I respect the 3-bet.
Yeah, it's a good bluff. So just trying to ladder doesn't necessarily mean you're not trying to win the tournament.
No, not at all.
It's more a question of, like, you are trying to win the most money, and sometimes maximizing your placement means, like, we have a slightly smaller chance at winning the tournament because we're not going all out every time.
Well,
you're also trying to secure yourself additional money for free if these guys are going to go nuts.
I mean, a lot of times making those folds with king queen is just respecting the amount of big blinds you have. You acknowledge that I can still find a better spot, and I'm not afraid to bleed a little to get there.
Yeah, you don't have a ton of fold equity, and there's a lot of better hands that can pull you there.
Yeah, so if you want to opt for a flip or a 40-60, then sure, you can do it, but you can also just wait.
Yeah, you've got Joe around 10 big blinds. Like Joe could be next, or maybe Taliana and Danny go at it, or William or John. Like, we've already seen a collision there.
And Rhett, he's at 265. What is that? 8 big? No.
That
7
is,
big blinds?
yeah. That's. That's 6.5.
I'm not playing internet poker. They're not
That's like
converting
6,
the
7
big blinds
blinds.
to me, so my brain's broke right now.
Yeah, that's like 6, 7 blinds. Like that's like you can do another orbit.
Yeah. What I learned in my years of poker and tournament poker is not to fear dwindling down, because as long as you have chips, you're still in it. And
Yeah.
you can even find bluffs in a short stack. It's not as easy, but it does exist because people don't want to double you.
And John getting a walk. Bomber Red actually had him dominated. Jack 9, which like in a world without ICM, Jack 9 could shove there. They have 5 big blinds, blind versus blind. You can shove that.
No, for sure.
But ICM being a thing, the fact that like if you just last one more spot, you get $2,600 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you fold, see if something goofy happens. And somebody folded 5s. Yeah, you could see 5s get folded in this spot. 5s are actually they're a pair, but those small pairs can get you in trouble, especially early position. Like you could get set over set a bit more often. And they also can't withstand a 3-bet.
William, another good hand. Pocket 9s.
So you do see a little bit more folding in these situations. It's like if you shove and you go broke, that's potentially a $53,000 mistake. Like,
Yeah,
you don't
for
get to
sure.
win the tournament.
Look.
And Rhett gonna shove the 7s and
And he has to shove. Like, there's nothing you can do here.
mandatory shove.
Joe folding a 7. Oof.
William obviously calling with the 9s.
So Rhett needing 4 clubs on this board or that last 7.
No, Rhett's suits are covered.
Oh, shoot. We just need
Rhett
a
needs
7.
a straight or he needs that case 7.
Danathan.
Had a good day?
Rhett playing a good game. Hoping to
7 in the
Oh,
window!
my
The
God.
case 7 appears! Now Rhett just has to fade a 9 to stay alive. Can he do it? There's an 8. One more card to fade. Here comes the river. Will it be a 9? No. Rhett will find the miracle double up.
There you go, Rhett.
Lucky 7 right in the window. No sweat for Rhett.
Fruit punch.
He might have
I
sweated
two-outered
a
with
little.
8s earlier, too.
Oh my gosh, I hope we encourage Rhett to have a new screen name that says No Sweat Rhett.
There we go.
No Sweat Rhett.
Clip this. Well, I mean, this is YouTube.
That's okay.
But this isn't
Against me,
Twitch.
too, if I were you guys.
I gave you
Yeah,
a good one.
We'll make a
feels
reel of
clickable.
it. We'll make a reel of
Yeah,
it.
there we go. That feels clickable. That's a short somewhere. Make a short and a bunch of people watch
Well,
it, maybe.
While
I
a
feel like
smile
most
is
of the
on
time they
Rhett's
don't
face, that puts
I try to
Joe
only say it if I mean it.
in a
That-
more uncomfortable
The
spot.
target is purely on Joe's back. Excellent point, Sam. Joe now are 1 player below 10 big blinds. And you might see players waiting for some resolution with Joe. Be it a double up or an elimination.
And Joe knows now that he can't fold. Like,
Yeah.
he can't fold his stronger hands. It's do or die now because we're not waiting for anybody.
Yeah, like we think back to that king-queen fold. Well, Rhett could go broke before us. And Rhett was a 1 outer away from going broke.
He sure was, basically.
You just got those chips now.
And that would have been a free $2,600.
You're right, chat.
You gotta get them from him now.
Rhett could now do a deodorant degree commercial. No sweat, Rhett.
Oh, my God. I've created a monster. Rhett gonna continue on here, raising the cutoff, Hayden defending big blinds. King 10 suited is gonna find top pair, so Rhett flopping well once again. Hayden probably not gonna be able to do a whole lot about any kind of a bet here.
Bet, Rhett, no sweat. There's something there.
The bet from Rhett gets the folds from Hayden.
Rhett climbing.
Drawing closer to Hayden among those
I probably
two
fold.
middleish stacks. Like Joe's the short stack, and
have
things
six
have pretty well evened out among the top 4.
You guys
got bad reads. This is a table that's okay.
From first to fourth is within 10 big blinds.
I was planning on it.
So we see Kyle, our reporter, in the background there on the chair.
He's doing such a good job.
Yeah, working hard, reporting on these events, taking all those photos you're seeing online, the winner photos, the final table photos. That's his doing.
And what's great about him, too, is he's got such a vested interest in the players. When I got here today, I was like, okay, so where are we at in this 1100? He's like, well, we got this guy, this guy, this guy. And I was like, thank you for the lowdown. He really...
Yeah, he's got his finger on the pulse here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Joe has a few more than 4 big blinds. Get this number again in a moment. Joe has 330,000, which is just over 8 big blinds.
Yeah. In the button, right? Where were we at? Where's his position?
Joe's in seat 6.
low jack.
Button, yeah, I think he's the cutoff.
Cutoff. Yeah, we got some hands. Look, one double for Joe, and he's back there.
Yeah.
That might be the one. He's only got 3 people behind him.
And, but he doesn't have.
He opts out.
He doesn't have a ton of fold equity. The thing is, the players in the blinds in particular have a ton of chips.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Taliana's going to call you a lot. And
oh
my
yeah,
God,
she would have.
She would ever have called.
Joe dodged a landmine.
I was gonna say, like, she's usually gonna have 2 live cards. If she's calling, like,
sure does.
And she's not gonna quite call any 2 cards from the big blind. She's gonna call a lot, and she's gonna have 2 live cards a lot. In this case, she's gonna have kings and has to settle for the walk. And
well, oftentimes when you are a big stack, though, you don't necessarily want to take out the smallest stack with mediocre holdings. There is a argument to where you want to keep the small one in to put pressure on the middle stacks to get them in the ICM blender.
Yeah, if you're going to keep the ICM pressure up, which we haven't seen Taliana be that active recently. Not that she's the chip leader currently with William having have that big pot against her. I don't know. She might actually be the leader again. I stand corrected.
It's neck and neck at minimum.
I think she's got it now. And William with the ace queen. Yeah, Taliana actually has more chips. But what I was gonna say was we haven't seen her attacking that much. Not that there's been a lot of opportunity. There are not that many hands that have folded to her. And William taking it with the ace queen. And I would agree that Joe knows what he's doing. Joe definitely has a resume.
He's a gangster. I believe that this is all these are choices that he's making, not blunders.
And
what?
Josh is going to show us how it's done.
Oh
Josh
my gosh! Cameo from the tournament director in the box. I ain't seen this before, but I'm here for it.
This ought to be good.
Yep, ma. Yep, ma.
Bringing out the big guns. This is our tournament director.
Come on, be a nice
and
man.
he's pitching the cards.
I'm still here.
It looks like Gavin wasn't quite here yet. I see Gavin tapping in.
That's what it was.
Joe's hands and mob, by my count, was 776,000.
I've gotten in so many hands with him, and my respect for him is so high. And he's a high-low player as well, which I just put on another pedestal.
9s for William.
Does William get bad hands dealt to him?
Occasionally. Not that often. 90,000 the raise, and Danny with Ace King wants to see a stack.
Oh my gosh.
I think poker is about to happen.
So Ace King is out of position. Cutoff is late position, so he could just click it up.
This feels like a 3-bet. Way too many chips to just shove.
Look at your guy.
But surely a 3-bet.
Maybe a larger size 3-bet? What do we think?
This looks about 320-ish.
Yeah,
320.
that's what
And a bigger sizing.
How's it going? I just 6 bigs left.
Pocket nines in position.
This one's not mine.
Oh, neither. Yeah, that's perfect.
You're done dealing?
She's here for at least.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Well, she's here to rail you too.
So I think. Okay, so he does fold. I was going to say this is a big enough raise that nines could consider folding, not wanting to go broke before those shorter stacks. BCF, I don't know when the results from this stop are going to get reported to Hendon Mob.
I'm sure you
The TCH series, it's usually a few weeks before it ends up on Hendon Mob. Yeah, like I've got a min cash that I'm waiting to see up there as well. Like click my total earnings up like another $800 on the resume, and
Yeah, I'm in cashing to the moon this series, but I'm lucky to see 3 day 2s already.
and we've got Kristen stepping back into the box now after that
What a-
cameo.
Three
What a
yellow
pump
chips,
fake.
orange chips.
Huh?
I got 3 orange.
Joe gonna
Next
fold
hand.
and gonna be facing the blinds.
That's a focus hood.
Is that what you do? You just rip under the gun
Each
with any
orbit
two?
costing
Left and center, or-
100,000 chips worth of blinds and annies.
Danny with a nice looking hand on the button.
Raises that ace queen, and Brett folds, and John king deuce offsuit certainly does not have to defend here.
Yeah, this one's going in the muck.
Lets it go.
I did 2.5. I did 2.5. I got signed up for it.
I haven't. Never seen it.
240.
So Danny gonna take that one and gotta give some change for Joe.
You put me out my
since,
bed.
you do have to, like, if
I got like
you're doing your job correctly, you have to get the big
16
blind Danny
bigs.
correct before you start dealing cards. So
15, 16 bigs.
Joe didn't have a lot of
What?
small chips, so we got
I
him
got
some.
plenty. I got heaps.
Gonna make him a more intimidating stack. Taller at minimum.
You guys better start calling some people. It's gonna get outnumbered.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Taliana min raising the 9-5. Folds to our short stack big blind Joe with a,
That's
a
so cool.
king and a
How do you
mystery
fold like
card,
that?
and he is going to
How do you make
fold.
him fly?
He's primed.
Well, I guarantee you
That's the
it
act.
wasn't
So
an
if it
ace
flips, it
king
doesn't
or
matter.
queen.
Okay.
Seems unlikely.
Seems unlikely.
So on to the next hand. Joe down to a $250,000 chips.
Do you have a trip planned or no? Do you have a trip planned?
That's 6 big blinds.
Like in May or what?
Where am I going?
I need a few ladders. Minimum. I need.
Oh, that's true.
Huh?
One raise, 80,000.
Is Taliana getting bored? Raising the 10-4. And Danny getting very tricky with the ace-king. I think he is hoping that somebody goes for a squeeze, and we have
mystery card ace. Gotta go.
and folds. Very interesting spot here. Heads up, ace-king versus 10-4 offsuit.
That was a really ambitious raise by Taliana.
This is somehow not blind versus blind either. 9-7-3, ace high, still the best hands. Taliana with the betting lead. She is gonna check. Very unusual spot for Danny here.
Yeah, I'm trying to put myself in Danny's shoes right now. And I'm like, what would I do? And I think if I'm getting a check here, I'm going to try to
He bets
get information.
He bets 80,000, and
Hey, no coaching.
anything she folds has 6 outs.
No coaching.
You don't mind a fold, but she is going to call with the 10 high. I'm also suspicious of whether these cards have read correctly, as the 10 pairs on the turn.
I believe it did. I'm just feeling it.
That's funny.
I'm feeling like she felt the 10-4, like she knew the 10 was coming on the turn.
Oh man.
Well, I thought that until she checked the.
Check, and the 7 pairs on the ends. Front to a spades get there. Danny does have the ace of spades.
So if this isn't a misread, her hand holdings, then she should be going for some pretty good value here.
Yeah, we have to bet here with top pair.
Like I would go like 280 into 420. Make it look like it's a bluff.
She goes half pot.
We were on the same.
240.
So he's only trying to bluff catch now. But bluff catching probably something with similar holdings, or maybe a smaller pair that feels good about that board pair. Because he has a nut no pair, which can beat a ace jack.
Yeah, he can beat ace jack. He blocks the flush.
Yeah.
With his ace of spades.
Feel like we would have heard a little something from a flush draw by before the river. Okay.
He clicks her. I think he more than clicks her.
Yeah, there's a lot of orange chips.
775's worth.
What could he have, though? The story doesn't make sense. I think if she backtracks this, I think she can find the call. Oh.
Wonder if he was trying to say that he has a 7.
But it don't make sense.
Shows an ace of spades.
Just the block.
Hill Culture Bear, I have no idea the story with your challenge claim. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if there's some oversight or something.
Honestly, I would talk to Floor.
Yeah, there you go. Have a chat with the Floor.
I know that someone else didn't get theirs, and they got them one.
All right,
so
there you go.
Definitely talk to TD. Go to the front desk. I think it's a thing. So get one while it's hot.
Well, then I believe it.
Probably some kind of oversight, and apologies for that.
You bluffed him? Bluffed her?
Boston City No Limit checking in. Hope you're doing great.
Nice hand.
Eights for John. Drake Kemper suggesting that he's repping a flush there, which I believe that. Yeah, either a flush or a 7 is what could be there. William out flapping John. Jack 10-6 gives a middle pair. I think what was more confusing was the flat pre-flop. Going for the river, I totally understand. I think the flat was to induce a squeeze that never came.
Are you guys all from Arizona?
Then you end up in a part of the game tree that you don't see very
this
often.
guy knocked me out of the Lone Butte High Roller, and then he won it.
John Seep at 50K with those 8s gets called by the middle pair. And now this 9 of spades gives both players an open-ended straight draw.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we'll run the talking stick or the AC
John would much rather catch the 7.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Check, check.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm from Utah.
River is
right
a
above.
king, and it's going to be William rivering the straight.
Where at? Oh, 1100? In January or February? Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
I did too. I donated 88.
I donated 33.
Goes for value to the tune of 100,000
Yeah,
chips.
I was card dead that whole tournament. Couldn't get above 2x starting ever.
Couldn't get anything else.
Never.
For 10 hours.
It's rough.
And John making the fold.
What if it's still the good decision? We didn't win the fight. Yeah! Let's go! Was it a good decision?
The cheering section grows as we get deeper into this final table. Texas Trailblazer final table here on TCH Live from TCH Social. Austin, William Lottie, and Sam Perryman with you. As we have gone from 283 to 7 players left, 78.80 for 7th, $60,175 up top. Lines 20, 40, 40. Hayden gonna open this button with an ace. Saliana will release from the big blinds.
The first time we all finally table together.
So Hayden will pick some chips up.
Both? Wow.
Actually, it's fine. We're on break. Sorry.
This tournament will play out. WSOP tournaments do not facilitate chops. John opening the king-queen suited. Just the blinds to beat here. Taliana with jacks. I don't think he'll be getting past her.
I know the agony.
She will flat from the small blinds.
It's like, please give me something.
Yeah. I missed the move earlier.
And it's in the finest spirit of live poker.
Normally you can call
Drink
now
services
or
going
forfeit whatever you put in the pot. But maybe on a stream they let you just take it back anyway.
Drink service shows up the moment that.
I'm cool with that. I don't care.
That
It
40
feels
stays
like,
in.
yeah, it feels like a little angry.
40 stays in, and then she decides if she wants to call it 40 more.
Okay, so we have a floor call here. So here's what's happened here. Taliana put out 40,000 to complete the big blinds, not knowing there was a raise. So she had a choice to either complete the 80 or surrender the 40. And Danny waking up with queens. Cooler in progress here. Danny, our chip leader, waking up with queens. Shirley gonna re-raise.
Wow.
Moves all in for over 2 million chips. Easy fold for John with the king-queen. But Taliana in the bludger, she calls! Queens versus jacks.
I wasn't trying to angle. I didn't see it.
Major core for Taliana. Can the queens hold to score the elimination?
Oh my goodness.
Ace 10-5 so far, so good for those pocket queens of Danny. 2 more chances at a jack for Taliana. 1 more chance as the deuce peels on the turn. Will she find the black jack? Yes! Jack on the river! Taliana with a massive suck out to double up. Danny cut down under $1 million.
Oh my goodness.
This is a brutal final.
Oh my goodness.
Every deep run in a tournament has one of these.
Yeah, I would have the nut, just the nuts.
That one spot where you got lucky, and
I'm never calling.
Joe lamenting that his king queen would have had the nuts there, which it would have had the nuts. It would have had Broadway, but you know, you got to do the right things and get punished.
Oh yeah! All right, I'm gonna break. All right.
Wow. You know what? Danny got the action he wanted. He just got punished because that's poker. And on that epic note, players are going to be on a 15-minute break. If they get back together sooner and they want to start sooner, then we can do that. As a reminder, we've got the 1700 main event happening right now. Day 1 flights today, tomorrow, and Saturday on this $1 million guarantee $1,700 main event. I think they've got like $500,000 in there already. Day 2 will happen at noon on Sunday. Final table here on TCH Live on Monday, May the 4th, Star Wars Day.
That was weird. That was
And
such a weird hand.
got a little promo here, TCH Social Austin, during this WSOP circuit event. You can get a monthly membership and 9 hours of club access to play cash for $100. Limit of 1 purchase on that package for the month, and
I told him I wouldn't know Jack.
payouts. Put those up. $275,925 prize pool.
I was bluffing.
$78.80 for 7th place. That's what we've got left. 7 players, and $60,175 for first place, as well as a WSOP circuit ring.
That was so weird. That
and
was
the 5K
so weird.
Bahamas package. So all these players are on a break. I will take a quick break as well.
So fucking weird. Did you see that?
Just keep it right here on TCH Live. More poker coming shortly.
There's a raise, +1. I missed it. I'm in the small blind. I have jacks. I just linked the small blind. And they're like, oh, there's a raise. So now it looks like scummy. But like, I just didn't see it. And then so I was like, okay, what are my options? So I called, they think I can forfeit or I can call. So I called big blind, rips, covering, and everybody. Other guy folds. I snap probably as queens. Yeah. Fucking.
Thank you. Illegal. Hey, don't you know he's like a famous influencer? Even more reason for me to feel Even more reason. Trying to uphold the rep. Everybody off. Take him off that pedestal, guys. Like. I don't think I wouldn't mind. I'm on my Zoom like Riley You do have to be careful. I don't think all this yeah, I'm on 140. This guy's my guy. He won't kick me out. Hey, Slick, how we doing on that? We're different today, boy. I'm taking the spot of Will today. Of Will? Will Gibbons. Oh, Gibbons? I am him today. He took 5 minutes in the first hand. That's he was like, he was talking. Bro, don't do that. You're going to have to apologize to your mom. Nah, fuck my mom. Yes. No, after apparently, like, yeah, I guess his mom got mad. She stopped. She's tuned out. She might have on his ass. He was like, Will, your car is on the street right now. Hey, man, it made for good TV, but the chat was kind of funny. The chat was not a fan of this. I like how he changed it. It's like this Phoenix. Oh, yeah. I like no.
It does stop working, so that's good. That's good.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Don't worry, Riley. I'm back to
No, we're going to
They're not green, so I don't need that. That's just bad.
bad boy. Gavin, when are you going to get up here, man? If it was chalk time, I would have been up here like 4 times already. It's just a spec you, bro. I need you to give some absolute heat. That's what I did last time. When you go to the first one, I was in. Yeah, beautifully, I would. Yeah. Amanda's been watching. Hey.
I don't knock people out. I'm the pacifist dealer. It doesn't happen. Wow. I have not knocked anybody out.
No, that was different.
All right, I'm back with you, and we've still got a break for a little bit here. TCH Live from TCH Social Austin. William Marty with you, and Sam Perryman will be back soon, I'm sure. I had to step out for a moment. WSOP circuit, Texas Trailblazer final table. $1,100 was the buy-in. 283 players paid the price, and we're down to 7. And I think we're still reeling from that massive core on that last hand. Jack's running straight into queens, but then finding the miracle jack to stay alive. Italiana going back into the chip lead here as we look at these chip stacks.
Hey, you're about to be like Jordan in
Joe, the short stack. I believe we're going to come back to 25-50 blinds. So that'll put him in that 5 big blinds range. We've seen bigger comebacks than that. Calling that giant all in is, I don't know what the ICM calculator says about that. It's got to be close. But you know what? I mean, I can tell you, like, if we're talking about like the experienced players, will often they'll often do some research beforehand. Like they will go and look up their table draw on Hands and Mob on the WSOP app. They might look at Taliana's relatively short tournament resume to this point and say, you know what, this person may not be as studied at ICM, and maybe I can get them to make that light call by blasting it. Maybe they played earlier today or yesterday, and he's seeing that she's willing to make those big calls, and that was a more exploitative play. And normally, we're not just going from 2 big blinds to 40 big blinds.
I thought you covered. That whole time I thought it was a knockout. I forgot you had that. Yeah, you had the huge river race. Yeah, that changed it a little bit.
You know what? That's why we play the game. That's why we run the cards out. And Taliana back in the chip lead where she started tonight, up over 3 million. Joe, our shortest stack. William and John, fairly healthy stacks. And now Danny's still 4th, even after that setback. Yeah, the effective stack on that shove was it was 1.5 million effective. We were playing 2040, so that was over 30 big blinds. As we are coming back to 25-50-50, here we go again. 1100 Trailblazer final table here at TCH live from TCH Social Austin. On the left side of your screen, you can see a cameo by one of our commentators, Amanda Cheng. You can hear her around here some Wednesdays on TCH Live. I actually just did a show with her a week or 2 back whenever we did the PLO 8. Maybe that was last week. It all runs together at this point. And Taliana going to open that button. 8-2 offsuit. This is a pure steal. And Red defending with the King 10. Queen 8-5. So Taliana flopping middle pair. She continues for 90K, gets the fold from Rat. So she chips up. Putting that chip lead to work. Playing aggressively and up to 3.25 million. 8.5 million chips in play or thereabouts. Joe down to a little under 5 bigs. Jack 9 off under the gun. Not the hand he wants to take a stand with. And Hayden with ace queen. And this is why we don't make our stand with Jack 9. Hayden making it 100,000 chips. Danny also has ace queen. And so we're going to see Danny move all in with the ace queen.
Oh boy.
And can he get Hayden off the chop? No, Hayden will make the call.
Okay.
Both of Danny's suits are live, spades and clubs. Hayden has the diamonds live. Otherwise, this will probably chop. And here we go with the run out. We have spades. We have a slight free roll for Danny. There's another free roll for spades. One more spade for Danny to
Oh, this
take
is
it.
so dirty.
No.
Clean river.
But you know what? The cards kind of owe Danny for what happened as we hit that last break to catch you up. So we saw an open from early position. I think it was Joe, our short stack, with king queen suited, makes the min raise. Taliana misclicks from the small blinds. She didn't see the raise, so she flatted the big blinds. And there was a 4 call, so she ends up completing the 80 rather than surrendering with her pocket jacks. Danny, in the big blinds, wakes up with queens, rips it for almost 40 bigs effective. The jacks find the call. The jacks find the miracle river.
Whoa.
And now Taliana sits in the chip lead once more, and Danny below a million chips.
She lives to see another day. Wow, these chip counts are pretty identifying.
We have a very clear chip leader. We have a very clear short stack. We got a couple of different tiers in the middle at this point, and we have Hayden with ace king making the min raise, now 100,000, playing 25, 50, 50.
The middle stack's totally handcuffed.
Oh my God, it's deja vu all over again. Danny with ace king suited, but Rhett waking up with queens. Here comes poker, everyone.
This is rigged.
Yeah, so we have Hayden min raising, Danny shoving, Rhett shoving, and now Hayden's actually going to have a decision. 2 shoves behind him. Do we ever fold ace king and maximize our chances of a ladder?
Hell to the nah, dude.
He will make the call.
What a hand. What did I walk into? Is this the first hand after break?
This is the second hand after
I'm
maybe the
always
third hands. Don't worry, we posted your blinds while you were away.
Thank God.
So we get the side pot right, we get the main pot right, we get the rail shoot away from the stage, and Canret's queens holds for the triple up. Has to fade an ace, has to fade a king, has to fade spades, has to fade diamonds.
They both have suits.
Pot's right. Gavin about to give us the run out. Here comes the flop.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Jack 8-5, rainbow. Excellent flop for those queens.
Rhett loves to see this.
Just needs to fade 2 more cards. Deuce of spades. Hayden picks up the spade draw.
Dicey.
Hayden free rolling Danny on the side pot. The river is the 4 of spades. Scooper duper for Hayden. Scooper duper. Rhett going to be eliminated in 7th, and if these numbers are right, Danny is going to be down to his final big blinds.
Holy
The absolute collapse for Danny, all because of some very, very evil runouts here.
That's a dirty board.
The dirtiest.
Wow. Good game, Rhett. You played your heart out. That's an unfortunate result.
And so Hayden up over 2 million, and Danny does have some chips left. The numbers on the graphics are not official.
They're more like guesstimates.
So 60K. So
No,
we did come out of a
official.
break. So we did get the numbers right during the break as usual.
So 1.2 big blinds for Danny.
So as far as the payouts go, 7th place, that was good for $7,880.
Wow.
These 6 players have all secured themselves a 5-figure score, which feels so great.
That doesn't suck.
10,460 for 6th place. 14,180 is our next ladder.
I got more than you.
Now Danny with
Don't worry about me.
1.2
Just
big
worry about
blinds
yourself,
and Joe with double. What a predicament. It's where
You got
is Joe in the
spin
small
cycle.
blind
Free hands.
or Joe's in the small, right?
Yeah, Joe is in the small blinds right now. I think we just had Kristen adjusting the microphone for Danny.
So Joe is basically gonna
Yeah, so,
probably fold anything.
if it Yeah, I think so. From an ICM standpoint, this is where he gets to just wait for Danny to blinds out of the tournament.
Because Joe has the button next hand, so this hand just is pretty in the muck. I would put pocket tens in the muck, I think.
Yeah, I'm playing aces and kings, and that's about it. Danny has at least a queen, and he is all in for that last big blind.
Oh!
Can quadruple, can potentially quintuple. We have another all-in. Joe with ace-queen suited, our other short stack. Joe leaving himself vulnerable here. If Joe ends up in third place, he goes out before Danny.
I have two big blinds, he has one.
What is great is Joe shares the queen, and Danny is probably unlikely to have the ace, so at least he is at this moment ahead of Joe.
And we have some four-way action here. Hayden calling the big blind for 2.5 bigs with 8-6 suited, 2 live cards. Taliana calling the ace-deuce offsuit from the hijack, the instigator here.
I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah, she raised it.
Yeah, she raised. She had to put another 5K or something. Because Joe's all in with slightly more of these numbers right. So there is going to be a side pot between Joe, Hayden, and Taliana. Any further action will be on another.
Oh my God, that mystery card is so important for Joe.
Don't tell me what the board is.
And we have players who are not looking. They don't want to know what the board is. They just want to find out what the consequence is. Yeah, they have to actually be at the table, though, is the problem. They have to table their cards. They actually can't abandon their hand. They have to table their cards.
I feel like the stream would like a mystery.
He's not going to look,
like,
though. He's going to stay at the table as he's required to do. He's not going to abandon his hand, but he does have to turn the cards over himself. King, Jack, 3. No pairs that we know of. No front door draws that we know of. And no, actually, gutter for Joe. I stand corrected. 10 gives Joe the nuts. We have check between Hayden and Taliana on a side. And an 8 for Hayden. The only pair that we know about right now belongs to Hayden. And check. The river is a 6. 8s and 6s for Hayden. I'm pretty sure that Hayden is going to scoop it all.
Yeah, there's no way Danny can beat it.
And so the other thing to understand here is if you have a double knockout on the same table, better placement goes by whoever had more chips to start the hand. And Hayden's bet gets a quick fold. And we do have the double elimination.
Wow.
It looks like it was queens again. Queens again for Danny.
Queen for one big blind. That is insane.
Queens got him into this mess, and Queens got him out of this tournament. He's going to have nightmares about Queens forever.
All right, so that is 6th place to Danny.
Yeah, Danny gets 6th place, $10,460. And then
5th place for Joe.
Yeah, Joe gets $14,180. $19,620 for our 4 remaining players. And I think we're going to adjust the seating just a little bit.
Thank you for winning that hand, bro.
What a wild run of hands. Poker is pokering.
This whole sequence from just before that last break to now. And we've gone down to 4 players. And
look at that rail. They hype. Okay, so the short stack is John at $1 million. So 20 big blinds.
Yeah, that's our shortest stack. And Hayden getting a lot closer to Taliana.
Taliana with 60 big blinds. John, short stack, opening.
Ace queen on the button, raise that up, goes for that min raise. And let's see what hilarity ensues this time.
I'm here for it. I'm eating the popcorn.
Raises and takes it. What a wild sequence of events here to go down to 4 players.
Absolutely.
Danny getting wrecked with queens twice, getting in good both times, and getting demolished by these runouts. Be it a jack on the river, be it 8-6 finding 2 pair.
Yeah, what an insane way to go out. 1 big blind with pocket queens and good till the river.
Yeah.
There was life until it wasn't.
But that though epitomized why Joe with our 130K could have considered folding if that river was not a 6. Joe's the player out in 6th place before the guy with 60,000 chips.
Yeah, that is true. But also, if I got
Yeah.
2 big blinds, I'm just F the ICM.
Yeah.
I got ace queen. We're going to try to see if we can get chips before forfeiting this tournament.
I'm hashtag New York Net. I'm going to try and collect the free $4,000.
Not
It's $4,000.
We'll agree to disagree there. I understand. I even said the same thing. I was like, you fold everything.
Yeah,
but then I'm like,
just
but
aces. Like, just play aces. Like, just open your purse and
how
hand me
often is that
$4,000.
person going to have queens?
I think I'm like 1.3.
No, I totally get it.
1.2.
But also insane.
Less.
And again, no chops in a WSOP event. So we're going the distance here.
We're going the distance. Okay, that's enough of that.
Hayden min raising from the cutoff. Says under the gun, but we are 4-handed, so you're in the cutoff. And you're playing a cutoff range.
You're the cutoff every 3 hands.
Yeah.
4 hands.
John with an ace on the button. Can play back here. You can flat. You can also 3-bet. You could consider ripping and applying max pressure.
A rip seems pretty disastrous, but it is an option.
Because you have enough chips to mess up Hayden.
Yeah.
Like losing 1.1 million would hurt big time. You'd be swapping stacks. Gonna defend the big blinds with a call. And something for everyone here. John flopping top pair with that ace. Hayden with a gut shot. Ends a board that favors the raiser's range. Granted, a wider range on the cutoff. But no reason he can't have 2 pair or a straight or a set or something. He can have all those good hands, so he does min bet. I don't think top pair is going to fold, though.
I think they might raise.
Yeah, check raise is interesting. It protects you against gut shots. It protects you against 2 pair spiking. That said, Hayden can have all the good aces.
That's true.
And so John's going to call. He's going to exercise a little pot control here. Almost catches aces up. It's a 4, though, not a 5. Hayden gonna fire again, this time 225. John not loving his kicker. John probably contemplating that it'll be about pot behinds on the river and could be faced with a decision for his tournament life. He is going to call. We are going to get a river, which is going to be a 3. So Hayden pairing a 3, not how he was intending to get there. And not going to have the best hands here. He has 5th pair.
Even though he has technical showdown value, I think he knows he doesn't have the best hand and has to make the bet.
And he is going to shove. I agree with you completely, Sam. Like, pairing the 3 doesn't actually change anything as far as what you're now beating, that you weren't beating already. And
putting the pressure on, but I feel like John, who already is called every street with the ace, feeling pretty good about the ace.
The board didn't get any straighter in a meaningful way. This isn't 5 deuce. So
no, and he has a 5.
Yeah, no, like really, he's not losing to anything that wasn't beating him already.
Yeah.
Unless it's some kind of ace 3 suited or ace 4 suited, but there's not many of those available here.
What is unfortunate and what John was probably hoping for was bigger cards to support him, like get rid of his 5 dangler.
Yeah, like pair the 10, pair
Yeah.
the jack.
Yeah.
He calls, and John going to double up at Hayden's expense. Good call by John. The pair of aces will be good, and we're going to get the official count and get the pot shipped over his way.
I feel like this puts, Hayden at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, they swapped stacks like we were talking about before.
No, I know that.
John's
at this
stack
point,
was
you know?
enough to mess somebody up and to effectively swap stacks. And someone in the chat, I think, might have just jinxed it. Talking about the couple being first and second, and now they're bookending the field. But as we've seen,
Bookending it. I like it. It's poetic.
It only takes one hand for everything to change.
Oh, for sure.
We've seen it happen about 3 times in the last 10 hands.
Yeah, this is a real nail-biter.
So we head to our 69th hands of the evening. Took that long to get down to 4 players. Yeah, I respect that salty ninja. Like, I respect the triple barrel.
Yeah,
And,
no, absolutely. I respect every triple barrel.
John
gotta
had
tell a
it.
story.
John had it this time, and he was feeling sticky, and it worked out.
No, that's not an all-in.
Like, that is a board that you could credibly
You said all in?
represent. And ace king for William once again. I wish somebody would say that about me sometime.
What is that?
Ace king for William.
But not ace queen.
Never that. And definitely never in the other guy's hands.
King Jack is so strong in a 4-handed setup that it's just...
Yeah, this is a good hand, 4-handed. This could 3-bet and instantly regret the decision.
Yeah. Let's see.
That looks like about $500,000, maybe 400.
That's a 3-bet.
No, that's 400. That's 400. I saw an all-in button, but that was a just kidding button.
Keeping y'all on y'all's toes.
Yeah, the old fake out from the dealer. And yes, chat, John has an extensive resume, almost 400K on Hens and Mob.
And that's not including what they say about his online presence.
Yeah, the online and whatever happened earlier this week that's not on Hens and Mob yet, which apparently was pretty darn good.
Yeah, a little 100K score.
Yeah.
She cute.
Yeah, Hayden and Taliana with almost no documented resume. Hayden and William, not
Yeah, like
Hayden,
sevens or something?
John and William, capable players, and we get the all-in from William, who gets the quick fold. Gets him over the 2 million mark. So we got a guy with, we'll call it $500,000 after the other day. We got a guy with 100 some. And we got 2 players who are under 5 figures.
I'm here for it.
But not anymore. They've both put at least 1 digit
but
on their,
honestly, this play is not of anybody that...
Yeah, these are not people who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
they've added 19,000. Like, they've quadruple or more of their Hens and Mob.
They're entirely capable players, everybody on this final table.
John going to be the opener this time. And it's going to be Hayden doing the shoving. Three-bet gets the job done.
What's interesting about playing shorthanded is when you wouldn't normally put 20 big blinds in, it makes more sense to.
Absolutely. You are going to see a lot more shoves. You're going to see a lot of 3-betting.
It is like really about applying the pressure.
Yeah.
Like right now we're fighting for pay jumps.
Yeah, with the GTO, it says that small blinds should be doing a lot of 3-betting against button cutoff. And we're seeing that. These are players who are good enough to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And this situation, you just naturally get a lot of cutoff versus small blinds, button versus small blinds, whereas you're not often playing a ton from the small blind because Now, small blind is not a profitable position generally. So
Hayden's online name is Dookie Bets. That feels familiar.
it's Haliana going for the squeeze up to 400 over John's 100K and the call from William. One of the reasons we like to 3-bet from the small blinds, we don't let the big blinds in for cheap. We don't let the big blind do what she just did. I don't really know the online scene very well.
I don't know it as well as a lot of players in the tournament scenes. But when I hear people have a recognizable name, I'm like, ooh, that means I instantly respect you.
That squeeze gets the job done.
Yeah,
I feel like your guys.
Despite what her earnings say, she's playing like a champ.
Every time, raise
Yeah, like you don't know who's actually a cash crusher. There's no
Yeah.
hands in mouth for cash games.
And like online players, their scores aren't reported on a Hidden Mob.
Yeah.
So like this could be just exactly another day in the life, but live edition.
Yep.
Is there any truth to that? No.
Not you specifically.
Oh.
I had no chips during break.
Okay.
King Queen for William. Gets it
Remember
through.
the plan. Us.
Nick from Earth saying
Us
that
versus.
they're both great cash game players, and yeah, I believe it.
I honestly, I didn't even
Yeah,
want to.
that's
I
not a
really
surprise
didn't.
there.
I'm like, this spot kind of sucks. My hand is just like the best one. Like, dang it. And you made it a size that made it a little better. And I'm like, okay. Oh. Well, deal with it.
Deal with it. Pew pew.
That's how poker is. Deal with it.
Queens.
Raise.
2x open. Hoping for someone to get froggy.
King Jack for Hayden, a very defensible hand.
He agrees.
And he outflops her. King 8-3.
The white defect. Am I a little clammy?
Pesky overcard for those queens. She will min bet. Makes sense. Like it'll clear out some random cards. You also don't want to get yourself in a spot where you're only getting action from a better hands, which
I lost growth to the bar.
Hayden's going to go ahead and check raise her right now.
Lets her know where he's at.
Yeah, 200K. Now she'll have to figure out, is this a flush draw ever? Is this just a better hand? And she's going to make the call. She is beating a flush draw. She has no club in her hand. She's not blocking any of that, so reasonable to take another card. And that's going to be another club, the ace of clubs, and it's another over to the queen. So this may well be the end of it.
Yeah, that's exactly the card that will let her get out of this hand.
Worst card in the deck, ace of clubs.
And best card of the deck for her.
Yeah, best card from the standpoint of not losing any more money. And Hayden perhaps thinking the jig is up because...
yeah,
like
she could have an ace in her hand for sure.
Or a club draw.
Or
What's continuing against the check raise? And it goes check, check. 6 on the end. The king will be good if we get to the showdown.
This is an interesting spot for Hayden. I feel like an ace could have perhaps bet there. So, I don't know. I'm trying to dissect this one as I'm watching, and I'm Still stumbling what I would do if I were King Jack.
Yeah, just going to showdown. I think ICM's a consideration at this point. Like, we're very much at that point with the payouts where we want to not lose a bunch of chips and put ourselves in last place, which is a possibility. Drama's story drop was talking about the hands earlier with the Jack 10 suited that folded to the squeeze. Like, would have continued. But here's the thing about Jack 10 suited. That's a hand where you want to be playing deep against the other player. That's a hand where you're looking to make straights, you're looking to make flushes. You're not trying to make a top pair that's going to be dominated if the pot gets big. And being as short as we are, not quite enough to continue in that spot. That's why we lean towards a fold. I don't think John's going to be leaning towards a fold with these pocket tens after yet another light open from Taliana, who is playing that big stack aggressively, but John's going to have it this time, and John is going to 3-bet. 300,000 is the 3-bet. This probably works. I don't think 10-4 continues.
Especially out of position. I respect the raise, though. You can't win all the hands with good cards. Sometimes you just need to hope other people don't have good cards and they fold.
Yeah. Sometimes you get caught bluffing. If you're never caught bluffing, you're probably not bluffing enough. And
absolutely. No true words said. You got to shoot your shot.
Really? Well done. Well done. I don't
so
think there's room, actually.
Now John pulling just ahead of Hayden with that last pickup. But nobody in panic mode. Everybody over 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
I think it's like 15
pretty deep final
max.
four.
Oh, 10, yeah. Who are we kicking?
We're not kicking anybody, but he's in like
Okay. You're in spirit.
I would love to be in it.
Yeah, Chad, that's the second time she's played 10-4. It's a fun one to pick. That's her only obscure hands I've really seen her play.
Yeah. And we're going to have some blinds on blinds action here. Min raised pot. A lot of diamonds. Great news for Taliana. Holy Camboli for Taliana. She has a gut shot, and she has the nut diamond draw.
Sure does.
And she has William bluffing into her with an absolute airball 6-5 of spades. 85,000.
So there's two modes right here. You can flat, see if you improve, or you can raise and see if he gets out. What would you opt for?
Open cutoff. Too loose.
I think a flat only gets me called by better hands. Or a raise, rather.
A raise,
a
yeah.
flat, yeah. She's going to raise and try and end it now.
Excuse me, sir.
And this will probably work, but if it were against a better hand, then...
Yeah, is an ace folding right now?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so. Is a set folding? Definitely not.
Never.
Just tell you over there.
And he is going to fold.
I love the way you play.
And a flop's flush. That's not going to fold.
Okay.
And blinds on blind, those are all available. The ranges are very wide, though. So
Yeah.
a lot of times he's going to have nothing. But that's the argument for flatting, though. The moment you raise, he doesn't get to bluff anymore.
That was another person in the tournament.
If you flat, he can keep bluffing
telling
if
me?
he
No,
is bluffing.
I
And
lost the generation.
you have a lot of equity. A king of diamonds means you're never drawing dead.
Yeah, for sure. Could hit a royal flush.
You could hit a royal flush. I mean, William can hit a royal flush with his queen 10 of diamonds.
When I said that, I saw that and I was like, huh.
Taliana gonna 3-bet from the small blinds with that ace. Love the aggression. This time, though, he's going to have positions, so I think he's going to be even more inclined to continue. Which he will. He will make the call. And he's going to flop himself the combo draw, the gut shot and the diamond draw.
That is so sexy four-handed. I would take a combo draw.
Oh,
Every time.
Love that combo draw.
Love it.
Only thing I could do better is if Taliana bets into us.
Good old 16 outs. She's in the lead, but he's got the equity.
Yeah. Funny how these things work. His pair outs are live in addition to all those straight and flush outs. The pair outs are actually both live here. And she does continue for 175. Now he has the choice, flat or raise. And raising, I think, becomes a bit more viable. He has that equity advantage, and also a better hand can fold. Ace high can fold. Some weak pairs could fold. And he is going to raise.
I like the raise. Oh, that's a big raise.
625. That's a chunky raise. That's
That's
a committing raise. Looking at the remaining chips, this is like we're gonna see the rest of the cards.
This is letting you know what we're getting into. There's no folds on his end. I don't think there's no way she can continue here.
She lets it go, and so William gonna get a much needed pickup, gets himself up to 2.5 million chips. Yeah, I have to say, I like this rail actually.
I like the rail too.
They're behaving themselves.
Maybe you will start taking it.
They're only yelling in the big moments and not when there's a hand going. And you know what? This is all about supporting your friends. This is the great thing about tournament poker. This is the hype around this WSOP circuit event.
This is part of the whole.
Yeah. This is what we signed up for.
Yeah.
Like whether you have a big rail, you have a small rail, it's great to have that rail.
I'm trying to convince my friends to rail me on day one just to really intimidate the tables.
There's an idea.
My friend Jessica does something cute when they're on a bubble. Jessica from Houston, when they're on a bubble, she pulls out the bubbles and blows it as soon as the bubble bursts.
Okay.
I want that to be a thing.
He's scared of you, Dip. Let's go, baby. He's scared of you. Let's go.
Okay, so we've got a limp spot here, blind on blind action. And we've got a pair for Hayden. We've got a gutter for John.
The 3 would be juicy.
That would be the chaos card.
Chaos card.
And they're keeping us in suspense. The scanner hasn't picked up the card yet. It's a jack of spades. Mid bet from Hayden. Gets the call from John. John looking for an ace or a 3. Instead, Hayden gonna pick up 2 pair on the ends.
I feel like this is a check bet fold situation.
Yeah, this is not the best run out to bluff catch. I agree.
And John can still technically have showdown value with an ace high. Everybody got opinions in the chat. I'm here for it. I'm just eating the popcorn.
I have no idea how old any of these players are. I don't have full biographical information here.
We do have their blood types, though. I'm just kidding.
John going to lead this river.
That's a pot-sized bet getting
I think he got snapped.
Oh, that's not gonna get bluffed.
Nope.
That is too fair.
Yeah. Oops. His hand got caught in the cookie jar there, and
I don't
happens.
knock him for trying.
I think
so.
I think the chat is also talking about maybe a
Did you like
double
the book?
entendre that you might have had before.
He can't tell you. He said, I don't know. He said, I don't know. I'm a station. That's what he said.
Yeah.
With regards to the rail.
Oh.
I figured you had a 5. I didn't want you to hit the 6.
I wouldn't have been
You
mad
weren't
at
supposed to hit the
a
6.
not
You were
full-size
supposed to
pot
still
bet.
just have a 5.
Find out the same information. But
Yeah, lose fewer chips when you get caught, but maybe that's what he thinks was needed to get
yeah,
the
no.
fold. And Taliana with the ace-king.
Oh, she's gonna
take
take
the
this pot.
blinds because the 7-deuce game is not on.
It's a triple entendre, they said.
Triple entendre, yeah. All the entendres.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen the word entendre written. Like, so watching the spelling there is like mind blowing. Yeah, I can see it.
Raise.
And Sean opening once again. And what will Taliana do? She will take a flop.
Yeah.
The price was right.
Absolutely.
Both players flopping a 7 and slight free roll for Taliana, who does have a diamond.
Dude, I'm just now coming back to it.
Yeah.
I'm now here. I'm laughing too. Get y'all's minds out the gutter. Or stay there with me. It's all the same.
Welcome to TCH After Dark. Welcome to the 4th hour of TCH Live.
I said what I said.
And this is the normal hour that we're on air. This isn't even an unusual hour. Like usually you get to like the 5th hour and it's midnight and we completely just lose our minds. Came a little early. It's been a busy week for us. Yeah, we've been all over this WSOP circuit event, and I will be hibernating until Vegas. I will not be going to Houston for the Poker Atlas series. I won't be doing that. TCH Houston.
Yeah, I got my fix here for sure.
All the
before
details,
Vegas.
TexasCardHouse.com. I had to get a plug in there.
I respect it.
I will be hibernating in New York starting Tuesday. The moment this is over. 125 from John. And hopefully with more money in my pocket.
I feel that.
Taliana going to call. This will chop if it gets the showdown. Does anyone want to bet the ace? No.
I don't think so. It would be a weird float to try to get the ace.
And so this will be a chop. And we got to get some change.
2.
The 5Ks are still in play, so you always in a tournament. You always break down to the smallest chip in play, which is the blue 5K chip, and so and Taliana gets the extra chip because she has worse position, and dealers are going to swap, and Kristen coming back in.
I haven't had a chance to watch the high roller that John won, but I was told that he put on a clinic.
Is it up
I
right
did
now?
not get a chance to see any of this week's stuff yet. I got just.
I can't wait to go back.
I've randomly said hi in the chat and hit like. Yeah, Ted, I've never actually played poker in the state of New York.
Oh my God! Stop for
Not
real.
yet.
Oh my gosh!
I was not playing poker. I was not playing poker until after I'd left New York. I didn't start playing until near the end of my time in Seattle. This was like 10 years ago now. Like towards the end of my time in Seattle before I came here. Like I've played in Connecticut a couple of times randomly, and yeah, the first casino just opened in Queens, and they're eventually going to have a poker room, and there's also a casino that's going to get built next to the Pit of Despair known as City Fields. I say that as a lifelong Met fan that, it's a pit of despair these days. We are the most expensive team in baseball, and it's also the worst team in baseball.
Yeah, I forget that Mets is even a team.
Many people do.
So reading the chat, I think I get dibs on that T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see who comes out with it first. I think I'm gonna earn it.
Yeah.
Rail me.
They'll have to enact another rule. Like they enacted the rule because of the situation with the patches last year and the situation with that one jackass last year. And they're going to have to make some rules about T-shirts next.
Nah, they're going to be pro that.
They both flop a pair. Tally on the middle pair, John with the bottom pair, blinds on blinds. And John is going to bet into the better hands. Goes 60K, which we are up now, 30, 60, 60. And queen on the turn will give John a gut shot. So he does pick up some more outs. Is this enough for him to keep betting? No.
What's crazy? Oh,
He rivers the nuts. I think he's going to bet this time.
There's a good chance.
Can I get a Coke?
I'm dying, chat.
Thank you.
How big do we go here? Like, I'm thinking like $250,000.
I think bet more than pot to make
More
it
than
look
pot.
like
420.
I like that actually.
Like we're trying to get paid by 9, right?
Or someone who don't believe it. Okay, maybe it was too big.
450 in the instant up from the fourth pair.
But I honestly do like the overbet though.
Yeah.
That was what I truly was leaning.
All right. Yeah, I can see that.
Because how do you get there with an ace in that situation?
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very disguised united hands.
I'll try.
Really only ace deuce.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because everything else is showing itself in a bigger way, I think.
We continue four-handed here. Shortest stack about 25 bigs at this point, so far from panic mode. William min raises cutoff and Hayden defends big blinds. Hayden outflopping him with a pair of deuces. Ace high flop though. A very bettable flop for the pre-flop raiser. Goes for 105. Gets called by Hayden. Eight of hearts puts a third heart out there. Black cards for both players. Check. Offsuit 6. Deuce will be good. Check. Deuce is good.
I have a friend who has a T-shirt company.
Okay. This is this is becoming a merch idea.
This is setting up for a day 2, going into day 3 final table. Snap decision.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Like have some handy in case you get pulled onto a feature table in the main.
Yeah. Ooh, will you put up those? Well, after this. Oh, look at this luck distribution chart. I always wonder what data they put in to come up with that.
We'll put the payouts up after this hand. Yeah. Yeah, we're not a fancy enough production to have a payouts command in our chat. 180 from Hayden. It's through. Our payouts for these 4 main players, 19,620 for 4th place. We ladder up to 27,720, then 39,940. Winner gets $60,175 and a ring, and the WSOP Bahamas package worth about $5,000 or so.
So everybody's getting at least 20x on their original buy-in, and we're all trying to go for that old 60xer.
That is the dream. John with a very solid holding, gonna raise it up. Broadway cards for Hayden. Looking pretty good four-handed.
That's a raise.
This will clear out the blinds, and now does Ace-Queen offsuit want to go for the 4-bet? Out of position, not suited, so not flopping quite as well.
I like it.
This is jammable even, like starting 25 bigs deep.
Yeah.
This is jammable.
Because what would your 4-bet be?
Yeah, exactly. There's not really a 4-bet size
it's awkward.
That doesn't commit you. Now, this was an $1,100 buy-in.
Well, my fellow commentator agrees with you, chat. Ace-Queen is the parking lot hand for him. I'm a believer, though. I would take Ace-Queen over King-10. I don't know if Lottie would say the same.
I've had way too many experiences with Ace-Queen.
Yeah, the buy-in was $1,100 for this guy.
All in?
Rip, yeah.
All in.
How much?
And
how much asked? I think it was the how much low tone intimidation, but still going in the muck.
yeah, the good news is you didn't get snapped. So you're not completely screwed. You didn't get snapped. Like anything that has you crushed would have snapped you. Ace, King, Queens plus.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, right now it's like, I don't hate a call.
This is like Ace Jack suited.
Mm-hmm.
This is a mid-link pair, which is only slightly ahead of you.
6 to 9s.
John's cheering section very happy with that result. Rising Raiders is William Lottie and Sam Perryman on commentary tonight. Shout out to Poker Mama, though. She's awesome. I've met
She was
her.
in the chat for the mini main, I believe.
Nice.
I love having my ladies.
I've played with her a number of times.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
First time was not even in the state of
Look,
Texas.
they're calling this Will and Knit as well. Y'all share things.
You know what?
Maybe
He's a
it's the
knit
name.
with a lot of chips. So
So same but different.
he's got the chips. And these V pips start to become kind of silly as we get shorter handed.
Another strong hand for a four-handed table.
And you see, like we have an ace queen hater in the chat. There's somebody else who, got burned when ace queen didn't do its job. That's the thing. We need ace queen to just do its job. Yeah, the first time I met her was in Reno, actually.
I love Reno. I haven't played poker in Reno, though, but I love Reno.
I haven't been there since before the plague.
Fair enough.
So John's got backdoor diamonds. We have a paired board, so a sliver of chop possibilities here. Some more chop possibilities as an over to that jack hits on the turn. Hayden's jack still playing for now.
Half pot bet.
And there's the folds.
Good pull, yeah. Good pull, yeah. Yeah. Keep formatting. Just like it's talking to the final table. We're good. You do this. It's your jungle. It's your jungle, man. Yeah.
So Hayden and Taliana neck and neck. William and John not far behind. Everybody with at least 30 bigs here.
Hi, Peter.
On our Texas Trailer final table here on TCH. Live from TCH Social Austin. WSOP circuit continues through Monday here at TCH Social Austin. Main event going on. We got a black chip bounty coming up. We've got a double board bomb pod coming up.
How much is that? Thank you.
And yes, this row has been making use of the bar and restaurant here at TCH Social Austin. Shout out to them. I have a much more benign Coca-Cola in front of me right now.
Well, I'm drinking enough for both of us. Speaking of, BRB.
So, John gonna 3-bet that ace-6 from the small blinds. You're gonna play that hand. Bluff it. No, that's not a good ace.
Good ace is kind of eye of the beholder in a four-handed game, though.
It's good enough to get the folds. Like if I can pick my kicker though, an offsuit 6, that's the last one that I'm picking.
No,
now
I'm
because,
with you, and you're right. That's totally for sure.
We can't make a straight.
That's the worst ace,
Right,
definitely.
with both cards. We can't make a flush with both cards. JB3 wondering, how's the food here? It's great.
It is really good.
And the bar is open. It's only $9.50 here, so the bar is still open.
And it's $2 beers.
Yeah, that's a promo, isn't it?
Definitely.
on Thursday. Yeah, and this TCH Social Austin is like a bigger version of Las Colinas, which it has a bar and restaurant there, a number of tables, no streaming up there. And that room doesn't have quite as many tables as we do.
Yeah, we're the big one.
But yeah, the food's great here, just like it is up there. I've been up there. I was up there a couple months ago for the Trailblazer tour. I've been to all 6 locations. They all have their merits for sure. Dallas, Las Colinas, Spring, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, and of course Austin being those 6 locations. How much for first? Just over $60,000. I can put the money up shortly. And yeah, TCH and TCH Social, it's all one big happy umbrella.
Thank you.
The TCH Social locations, us and Las Colinas, they're the ones that have a bar and restaurant. That's the primary distinction. They've all got great poker. The way it sounds, I say all is New York. That's because I'm from New York. That's why. 8 for Taliana. Top pair for Taliana. It's, same ownership actually. It's one big corporation. Hayden gonna better off of that. No, excuse me, she check raised. The graphics are fooling me. There was a check raise and she folded him, which makes a lot more sense. She's not folding an 8. Folds to the small blind. Taliana with the queen deuce. He's 7 for John. He's going to think about it. John going to 3-bet it up to 400,000. Gonna be pretty tough to continue with the queen deuce off.
Let's go, Gib.
The fold.
Let's go, baby.
So John and Taliana neck and neck now.
You guys are so hype. I appreciate you.
Blinds on blinds once again. John with the queen 6 suited. So, check and king 10-6. There we go. We're caught up. And bottom pair for John. Check, check. Hayden has the 7 of diamonds for a draw here, and open ender now for John to go with the 6, but I don't think anybody's that interested in putting a bunch of money in. Hayden's going to go for it here. He has 7 high. He has a diamond draw that could be good blind versus blinds. 120,000. This, I think, had a better chance of working if John didn't have an open ender, but it's not all clean with the 3 diamonds, but that might push him slightly more towards calling. There's the call. Hayden looking for a 7 or a diamond. Instead, John going to river trips, and any further bluffing by Hayden is likely to end in catastrophe. See if it comes to that. See if John wants to lead this river. That would be risky, as Hayden could have the flush. You block the straight having the queen. You don't block the flush. John's going to bet. Going to pot it, actually. And Hayden gets off the hook.
You didn't want to say 420 blaze it? You're 5K off.
Yeah, you are 5K off. If you're within 5K of 420, I feel like you should be betting 420. And again, you know, this part of the country, you don't know. Maybe you don't want to. Ace queen for Taliana. King jack of diamonds for John. Chooses the call. Going with the jack to one nuts, the jack deuce. Also going to call. King 7-4. Top pair for John. Also a diamonds for him, so John well in front here. Taliana, our pre-flop racer, going to continue for 200. John with top pair, gonna flat. Give her every chance to keep bluffing. And deuce on the turn. Doesn't really change much. Does Taliana have another barrel in her?
The chat misses me.
I missed you too.
Aw. I didn't expect you to say that.
$450, about half pot. And if John was good before, he should still be good now. And he does make the call.
Nope, sorry.
To the river we go. 1 3/4 million in the middle. About that left behind in Taliana's stack. 8 of spades on the end. Does she go for it?
Ooh, I hear the room buzzing. I walked out to go get a beer and
It sounds like maybe half an hour from now some poker happens.
oh no, just in general the room is just electric.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear some yelling from out there right now.
Mhm.
I figure something fun happens half an hour from now. That is our delay.
I walked out and I went to go order a beer at the bar. The bar is full. I'm getting a beer delivered now.
There you go.
Talk to.
Taliana moves all in.
Oh.
Nut no pair. John with top pair.
Ooh.
As someone once said, if you call, it's all over, baby. And it will be all over for Taliana if John says call.
I mean, that river card doesn't really. I mean, it completes the front door straight.
It does. It completes 6-5. It completes exactly 6-5.
But outside of that, I mean, sure, you can fear to pair, but if 8 is the pair, like, okay, 7, 8, 5, 6,
and does
king,
8,
queen.
And does 8-7 betting? Probably not.
No.
And yeah, sets are out there, and there's only like 7s and 4s, like, and one combo of kings. There's, and we have to figure out what she's bluffing with. How many air balls is she bluffing with? Like, this is a total air ball, not like a busted draw or anything.
Yeah, it's pretty polarized. It's 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6 or nothing.
That's how it feels. And the question is, will John be able to suss this out? I think he's counting out what this looks like and what's he left with if he is not correct here. And if he's not correct, he's basically all in the next hands. Playing 30, 60, 60. So it's very much his tournament life on the line as well as hers with this decision.
Yeah, backtracking this hand history, it doesn't feel like she's got the better hand. Because even 5, 6, I mean, you can go for it all, but also, I mean, I guess, but you could also find value there and get money from the king. So the oversized bet doesn't feel as right either if you have the nuts.
And this is about pot. Thinking about not just this hand, but surely the other hands up to this point.
Oh, she 3-bet pre. I didn't see that. So 6-5 doesn't ever.
No, she was the razor pre-flop. She was the first to act.
Okay. She opened.
And Ace King could do this too. That is true. Ace King could do this.
If you're bluffing, really, really well done.
Wow, he makes the fold. Taliana gets away with it, and she stays alive and takes a big pot. increases her stack by 50% here as John makes the fold, and he will surely be filled with regret in about half an hour when he finds out. And
no, I actually came in mid-hand.
yeah. So Sam missed the beginning.
I missed
of
the pre-flop action, so you're right.
So,
I'm catching up.
That was a single raise, but yeah, the value bets were like ace king, aces, kings, sevens, yeah, maybe fours, or whatever the bottom set was, maybe. In fact, I really want to have bottom set there because I totally unblocked like top pair and stuff like that.
Did she show?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
Which is a very good move. Oh,
yeah.
She showed? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Must have just missed that.
Wow.
So, yeah, that'll change the dynamic.
That can get in someone's head, though. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't show. I personally wouldn't.
It's generally negative EV to show, but also it's a mind game at high stakes. So.
Yeah. William with the tens will 3-bet it and take it down. Okay, so confirmation she showed. Thank you, chat, for setting the record straight. Perhaps next time she'll have it and he'll remember that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, he saw it just now. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And yeah, she came to play, and she is playing.
Yeah.
Hayden going to open up the ace-jack and get 3-bet immediately. Ace-queen for Taliana once again. What does she do now?
Wow.
She wants to see the stack, and this is where King Nine's like, ah, crap. This isn't getting through. This isn't even getting past the next player.
All in.
She's all in. Our chip leader has moved all in. John with a very easy fold. Now, Hayden in a pickle. Ace-jack off doesn't feel so great against the 4-bet. A 3-bet, 4-bet behind you. Ace-jack off.
Ooh.
He calls, though. Wow. Hayden is going to make the call. And this should give William a very easy fold with the King-9 offsuit. All he has to do is fold, and he has a chance at a substantial ladder. And King-9 offsuit is not that great anyway in a 4-way pot, and he will make the fold. And so Hayden going to have to find a jack to stay alive. Otherwise, Taliana will eliminate her significant other.
Good luck.
Here comes the run out. Can the ace-queen hold? Queen on the flop. Hayden in a world of trouble, down to just back doors. He picks up the straight draw. He picks up the double gut shot, a king or a 9. A king, and Hayden stays alive.
What a team. What a team.
So many dirty rivers tonight.
Yeah, that was dirty. I'm stressed.
Hayden going to double up for Taliana.
Sorry, Snookums. That's cute.
Hashtag sorry Snookums in the chat, please. Oh my God, what a night this has been. We're getting these chips counted. While we're doing this, let's remind everybody of the payouts. These 4 players have secured $19,620. First place, $60,175. We see this next ladder just over $8,000, $8,100. All the more reason to fold in ladder in that spot. Like, I think William folds almost everything in that spot just because have this chance to just chill and get $8,000. And,
yeah, and Hayden and Tally, they switched stacks.
They have. This has been quite the roller coaster tonight. And I wouldn't say it's a punt. Like,
No.
Ace Jack offsuit. If we were full ring, never ever.
Correct.
Four-handed.
Correct.
Four-handed against the right opponents, and we've seen Taliana get aggressive. And yeah, we could entertain that. And we see William getting very aggressive. I don't know how much they were able to see over the break of the initial parts of the show.
Well,
or their rails for that matter.
And Hayden and Talia have quite a bit of hand history, I'm assuming, so
That's what chat tells us.
He probably felt pretty okay about the call.
And,
with someone behind.
Yeet Homie, that was actually a 4-bet shove
Erase.
from Tally. That was a Colt 4-bet. And onto this next flop, they're going to go another round, and Hayden going to remain ahead with the ace.
In a way, this chip exchange benefits William.
It certainly does. He now has the stack on his right. He has the stack on his right, and chips tend to fall to the left. Just based on who's going to have position on whom. He doesn't have the aggressive big stack right behind him anymore. And Jack on the turn, so Taliana catching up on the turn here with second pair. 10 on the end. The Jack will be good if we get to showdown. Check, check. No, she hasn't checked yet. Yeah, she's going to bet here. She's going to go for some value here. 325. And Hayden not feeling like bluff catching this time. Yeah, it's like if we know that she's somebody who's capable of 4-betting light, Ace Jack becomes a much more viable call.
Yeah, for sure.
Which, there's some people are going to have, history because, like they've played together a lot apparently back where they're from. I've heard elsewhere that she's played aggressively in this tournament. Like, so if you see that, then that's an exploitative call. Like, we can't just marry ourselves to a chart necessarily. People talk about GTO versus exploitative, but to know what the exploit is, you have to know what the normal is, and then you have to know how far off the path we are and come up with a new chart essentially. And there's a world where you can call with Ace Jack because this player can do some, adventurous stuff.
You have to find your balance between GTO and exploitative.
Yeah, so that's what we saw here, and that was that was quite the hand. And Hayden, how much do you have? And Ace Jack is gonna limp. We are up to 40, 80, 80 now.
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
All in and a call. Here we go. Can Hayden hold to score the knockout? Ace Jack once more against the Queen 9.
William for his tournament life.
Can he find a queen? Can he find a 9? Here comes the run out. King 10-8. That's going to be a gutter for Hayden.
We no longer want a queen.
Yeah, William actually wants a jack now. A jack or a 9 to stay alive. The river is an ace. Hayden with a pair of aces will eliminate William in 4th place. And so William going to take home $19,620. We are 3-handed, and all 3 of these players have secured $27,720. Second place will get $39,940, $60,175, plus the ring and the Bahamas package up top.
Anymore.
Wow.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
You guys are gonna have a talk.
He's gonna do it.
So We have Hayden, who has more than half the
Couch ain't
chips
comfy,
now,
man.
4.8 million out of 8.5 million in play. Taliana with 2 million. John with 1.6. So about 20 bigs for him. About 25 for Taliana, and the rest.
The
sitting
rest,
with
yeah.
John. Over 50 big blinds.
What is the difference between third and second?
Third and second
we're fancy,
was
boys.
about 12
20s.
grand.
Oh,
12 grand.
yeah. Okay.
As we have a min raise from Hayden with the Jack 6. Taliana, Jack 10,
I actually really like this.
going to
I would love to do
defend
well.
big blinds.
Thank you.
King 9-6 is
Appreciate
going
the
to be
love.
bottom pair for Hayden. Gut shot for Taliana. Hayden going to continue for the minimum, and I think Taliana's got a lot of options here. Check raise, I think, is one of them. With a gut shot. She's going to choose the call and try and find herself ideally a queen on this turn. Instead, it's going to be an ace. Which actually removes some ace-high combos that she was losing to. Check, check. The river is a 5. So the pair of 6s, the best hands here for Hayden.
And he's going to take it down.
I got to root for you now, man. I got to root for you, brother.
Hayden up
The
over
better you do
5 million
against her,
chips now.
the closer I am to more money. And she bluffed me.
And very true,
That's a
Salty
good
Ninja.
bluff.
That shove was only about a
I call it
dozen
good
bigs,
hand. You're gonna
and
see
it's
us
blind
be like,
versus
no way I
blinds,
got that
and
fold. No way.
Queen 9 becomes a hand you can think about shoving. You could also take a flop, and there's the chance that you end up check folding the best hands, or folding the best hands, in position to a bet. You don't have to bluff every spot when you miss. And if Tally thinks there's not really a good chance to win a meaningful pot, you can let it go and say, okay, I missed. That's cool. And we just go on to the next hand. No need to lose a bunch of chips, particularly in this spot. Limit pot blind versus blinds. Ace, ace, 4 will keep the king high ahead. For Taliana in the small blinds. Check, check. We get a queen, and king is still good. Taliana gonna bet now. She bets the minimum and gets the fold. As a reminder, those blue chips worth 5,000, white chips worth 25, and the orange chips worth 100.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if we get through this level and we're still playing the tournament, I think there's a color up break after this level. If we should still be playing here,
Do they get divorced?
which
Is that new news? Because we're divorced now.
we shall see. Ace for Taliana. Good enough to open button. And she limps. Didn't quite see the chips. I don't know if she limps. He's going to move all in with his ace. Ace 4 for Hayden. Taliana with the ace 7.
She looked like she wanted a snap call.
Yeah. And she did raise. She min raised it. It's 160,000 out there. And this would be an ambitious call. This is a lot of chips. And it's all of her chips. It's over 20 big blinds. You know what I mean? It's over 20 big blinds. She makes the call.
Quattros.
And she has the best hands at the moment Will the ace-7 hold to find the double up?
that is a sick
Will we be
call.
heads up? Will we chop if we get a million overs?
Whatever happens, you're the sickest.
Let's find out.
I'm with that rail. Whatever happens, she's the sickest.
Here it comes. King 9-3. So far, so good for the ace-7. That
Back-
is still playing.
Backdoor spades.
There's a jack. So the 7 kicker is still playing. The river is a 5, and the 7 plays. Taliana doubles up.
Oh my!
Ace,
God.
king, jack,
That's a
9,
toxic
7.
relationship.
Now she is taking the chip lead, but Hayden not far behind and leaving John in no man's land out there.
It leaves him in last, but this also leaves them fairly even to where we don't have an overwhelming chip leader who can bully the other two. This actually, I think this brings John into it more.
No, she looked
Oh, okay.
at you.
Oh, yeah, I can see
this
that.
kid's got ace-4.
And the target's got to be on his back, but they also have. So Hayden and Tally are now going to have to be more careful of
Let's
each
play some
other,
polka.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. What a call by Talia.
That's a sick call. If that was the right call. She results orange. That was the right call. I mean, she had the better hands.
Yeah, what a
But just
sicko,
like we saw,
sicko though.
just like we saw the other way around, just like we saw the other way around when Hayden called Taliana with the ace jack offsuit. If they both know, the other is capable of doing something, aggressive
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
no, for sure.
Like, that changes the ranges a lot.
2.3, 2.3. I got some ground to make up. Okay.
So John with 1.4 million as
I'd rather play heads up with you.
Okay.
we go up to 50, 100, 100. Okay, this is the last level before break. My mistake. 50, 100, 100 blind. So just 14 and a half bigs for John. 10-9 offsuit. And that's not enough. That's a 200,000 raise. But they have the old blinds out. I'm not actually sure what's happening here. Ace 10 for Hayden. Moves all in. 3.2 million. Taliana has threes and she's asking how much. Oh, I love her. This is great.
She's a hero.
we didn't know we needed this couple, but
yeah, I'm into it.
this is amazing. Absolute cinema. And John's probably thinking, please call. Please call. Because if she calls, I mean, John almost certainly gets second place, whatever happens, as long as it doesn't chop somehow, like straight on board or something. If Taliana calls, like, John is basically guaranteed second place.
I'm like giggling out of nervousness.
Like we'd either have an elimination or we'd have a player cut down to like 4 bigs. And judging by this pot, we're actually still playing 40-80, not 50-100 as the graphics say. Yeah, threes generally are a fold here. I would agree.
I also would agree, but I love
And
that
she agrees.
she takes
Taliana agrees. And now
Don't
John,
tease like that. Come on.
Oh, God.
John wanted the call.
John wanted the call so bad.
A call, like I said, a call would give you second place. And heads up, you're only down 4-1, which is workable.
That was
Like,
a
4-1's
guarantee
actually
they're, like, within 100K.
plenty survivable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think I've caught my second wind after these last 10 minutes.
yeah. I'm okay with folding the threes for 30 big blinds.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
For me, that's a fairly easy decision. There we go. Still 40-80.
Oh, the rail was so cute. A little Chan and then the respect.
We didn't let it go on too long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You should see the Brazilian rails in Vegas. Like, those are the loudest.
Oh, yeah.
I had pocket threes. I can't. He bet out about $1 million more than I thought he did.
John with a hand that can defend big.
Yeah,
Well, there we go. So it was a question of how many chips. She
it's just
that influenced her choice.
He snapped. Oh.
Queen,
I'm
3, they both miss.
Yeah, and he has. No, for sure. And he's short.
I don't blame her for thinking it through.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, if this goes heads up between Hayden and Taliana, I honestly, this is like a dream of mine, like poker power couple battling it.
Be a very interesting heads-up battle. And Hayden spikes the jack on the turn. John can't catch a break all of a sudden. Check, check. And John finds a king.
5K?
No, he cannot.
Easy,
It's a 6 of
easy,
hearts.
easy money. Easy money. Yeah.
This is tough, honestly, because King is.
King high can be good.
Yeah.
King high beats random airball hands.
But if you stab, you can get raised. If you shove, you can get called.
Yeah.
It's okay. Stabbed.
And
called.
I think he got snapped. Bad news for John. He made it, I believe, $250,000. So John going to be under 10 big blinds now.
Oof. Three-handed under 10 big blinds. It's do or die time.
It
very,
certainly
very,
is.
very soon to now.
And Hayden over $4 million now. Hayden, our chip leader, and then $3.6 million for Taliana. And John down to his last 8-point-some big blinds.
Oh, now you're making excuses. I'm not at all. I mean, I didn't even know the chip count. I will do small.
160. Median raise from Taliana.
I have 9 bigs, but we're working on
John
spinning.
folding and Hayden with the 9 deuce.
I'm here to compete, bro.
Double down.
I'll do my best.
Wrong game.
I was like wondering in what world we fold here.
He is suited.
The
Famous last words. It was suited.
My three-handed game strategy is not on point, and so I'm like wondering where the folds are.
He just flopped everything. He
like literally pair and a flush draw.
This is amazing three-handed. But with the min raise and the fact that you have the big blinds ante being a thing, like you still have those great pot odds.
Yeah.
Back when we used to have individual antes, there'd be less than the pot three-handed. In fact, there are some venues where once the tournament's like four-handed or five-handed, it goes to a half ante. Not WSOP rules, though. They still use the full ante. And so you see this. Like, you end up playing a lot more hands in the big blinds. And you see Hayden check-raising Taliana.
Oh, this is so fun.
And she's got to fold. You know, so the conversation, though, like taking these 53, 47 spots, if we're talking pure chip EV, yeah, you want the 53% spot, assuming you are 53% against the range of hands. Not just the exact hand, but the whole range of hands. That said, this is a tournament, and ICM is a thing, and losing chips really sucks in ICM. That's the short version of it. And so you sometimes actually do want to look for bigger edges, because losing chips is a lot worse than gaining those few chips is oftentimes.
That is so true.
John has to fold the button, which means he's going to have to put his quarter of his stack in on this next hand with the blinds in the end. The situation will grow more desperate. He's surely praying that they somehow come to blows on this hand, which could happen. We've seen it a couple of times. Instead, Hayden just going to raise and take it. Jack 6 offsuit, not one of the defense hands, especially when you have that short stack at the table.
Yeah.
You're not going to see them go nuts until John doubles or goes broke.
Well, you shouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. Simply because ICM says they shouldn't do that. It would be a massive punt if either of them goes broke before the guy with 8 big blinds.
Yep, how much you got?
You can't get more than a 3% edge. Like, remember,
That felt like a wrong statement.
I remember we have choices other than just bomb it pre-flop. We do have other choices. Nick from Earth, if you give a sufficiently large super chat, I would call him that.
All in.
Don't feel compelled to do that though. Taliana moving all in. This is to try and steal the blinds. John's going to call with the king 6.
Here we go.
We'll see if John can hold on here to remain alive or if we're going to go heads up.
55-45.
Can the king 6 hold against the 8-5?
Keep it red, baby. Keep it red, baby. Keep it red.
Here's the comeback. Let's go.
Moment of truth.
Here's the comeback.
Jack 9.
Red, baby. I told you, Gavin.
King is still good.
Red.
Taliana needing an 8 or a 5. She finds the 5,
Puts a
but
heart
it's a
draw.
heart. John needs a king
15
or a
outs.
6 or a heart. Can he find it?
Yes!
No.
King,
No,
king.
no, yeah, 3 pair, yes. 3 pair. John doubles up. Jackson 9s with the king.
Sorry, Gavin.
Let's go, baby.
I'm not, okay, so there's a misread on this. There it goes. There it goes. I didn't catch the 3 pair. Okay. Nick from Earth with the $2 super chat. Call Hayden Dookie bets when he wins a hand.
Took a second.
Heart emoji.
Process that one.
We got you.
Yes, yeah, that's a big enough super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Yeah, the 3 pair. I totally slept on that.
Nice hand.
Yeah, no, it was. We were looking for so much there.
Yeah, we're looking for the entire other half of the deck. So yeah, the 3 pair, and so he gets to hang around, and the plot thickens, and
he's at 15 big blinds now. Definitely a little more breathing room.
$2 buys a beer. I don't drink.
Oh no, I know that $2 buys a beer. I've spent about $10 today, before tip.
Yeah, the tips. Tip your servers. They're
Absolutely.
Do we have Instagram? Yes, we do. I am at Waddy William.
And I am Sam 2M's Poker. SAMM Poker.
I will post my socials on the chat. I will do it from my phone because if I start pressing keys on the keyboard, I'm going to start messing with the graphics, and I don't want to do that. I've already done that today.
I'm scared. I let him touch all the things on the keyboard. I'm nervous.
Like they have keys now where we put the graphics on the screen, and if I type in the chat, the computer's too dumb to know the difference. My Instagram and my X is at...
Your X?
Yeah, Twitter.
I still call it a Twitter. I don't tweet, though.
All right. King 9-9 on the swap between John and Hayden. John, once again, flopping the best of it. So there you've got my Instagram in the chat. And I've been posting updates as I've been playing the series. John feeling a lot better about this 10.
Yeah,
He's got the 2 pair.
If he didn't like his hand on the flop, it feels a little more secure.
And I'll do the same when I'm out in Vegas during the summer, playing WSOP proper and whatever other tournaments I get myself into. And feel free to come along for the ride.
When you follow Lottie on IG, you will be sure to see a lot of bust out hands involving ace queen.
Yeah, and Hayden rivering 3 pair, and so John is good with his 10s and 9s.
Yeah.
No, John has 2 pair, not
and
3.
this is gonna cost Hayden some chips, that river card.
I can't count to 3 anymore. So just a 100K bet, and it's a call. So John gonna pick up a few more chips. So John hanging in there. Yeah, see some people checking in. Yeah, let us know where you're all watching from this evening. What corners of the world are we reaching? We're reaching the Northeast. We're reaching Texas. We're reaching Virginia.
I think this is one of the
Wisconsin.
One of the only final tables where we got down to like the final 4 and there were no Texas players.
Shocking.
It honestly is. But I'm fine with taking a break, rooting for my hometown heroes, and I'm here for the show. Everybody here is doing a great job, and they deserve their spot here.
They've earned their spot here. They've played the best, and they've gotten the luckiest when they've had to. Like, we've seen a couple of dirty ones, but that's how it goes too. Sometimes I
know
the cards
I ran into Rhett when I went for a beer break, and I was like, man, that dirty spade.
Heartbreaking.
Spade breaking.
Taliana with the 3-bet, ace-5 with the 3-bet, and does the job. Connecticut, Pennsylvania,
Louisiana, Tennessee, Michigan. We out there. Oh, they identified you as one of them, that East Coast followers.
New York, yep. Good old Long Island. Hayden min raising the ace-jack and taking it down. Glad you're enjoying the commentary, and you know what? There are a lot of ways to approach poker where we won't always agree on everything. You know what? They're the ones out there. It's their money, and their game got them this far. We are over 100 hands in now. Playing 3-handed here. WSOP Trailblazer Circuit Event Final Table. TCH Live. And we have an all-in from Hayden and a quick fold from John. Yeah, we get viewers from New Zealand, Australia, the occasional European. It's pretty late/early in Europe. Like, I've had people check in from Finland in the past. I'm part Finnish.
Are you?
I am.
I honestly wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah, the last name's Finnish, actually.
Lottie.
Yeah.
Oh, la-di-da.
Lottie's a Finnish name. The Irish is what really comes through.
Oh, so in a recent live stream that I commentated, I had this great idea of
What's
a
that?
screen name, and I announced it irrelevantly on air, saying, you know what, thinking of Mortal Kombat, I was like, if I was from Finland, I have the best screen name.
What's that?
Finish him.
There you go.
So now you should adopt it because I can't. It would be a cultural misappropriation. Yeah, appropriation.
I feel like some Finn out there has probably got that idea. I would hope. Okay, so we've got the Jack 8-3 flop, and everyone's missed. Hayden's C-bet is going to get the job done, so Hayden chipping away at Taliana just a little bit more. Not sure how much longer we have left on the blinds level. I saw somebody ask before. Like if I had to guess, probably about 5 to 10 more minutes. Then I think we hit a break. We've been on the air a little over 4 hours now. We have a limped pot, blinds on blinds, 8-4 versus 7-3. And this is an interesting flop. Both players flopping a gut shot on Jack 6-5, 2 diamonds. They both have a gut shot. They both have backdoor diamonds. Now the guy behind Taliana, he's our reporter, Kyle. He does the reporting for the
for all
series.
of basically
for all of our stuff.
Texas
all
Card House.
The Trailblazer stuff, the circuit that we're watching now, the Poker Atlas series.
If it involves Texas Card House, he's the guy, and he's doing such a great job too, putting in some long hours.
John clicking it up to 225. You see, the guys in the suits are floors. Can't quite tell which ones, but. And so Taliana facing the raise, and she's going to have to make the fold. John going to pick up some much-needed chips with that well-timed aggression. Yeah, that was one of the fours. I'm not sure which one. Final tip this big, you're usually going to have at least one floor nearby. And Hayden waking up with some jacks.
Just a 2x open. Oh, no, 3x.
And yeah, that'll end that hand.
I also think that could have been a misclick. Not a misclick. It should have been a min click. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like even I mean, it could have been more gambly, but even just a smooth call to set up a trap.
Yeah, I think he's trying to just get it in.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot of approaches there, and because I see the cards, I feel like it's easier to evaluate.
John gonna raise and take it.
Oh shoot! You know what we haven't said?
What have we not said?
Well, when Hayden wins a hand.
That's right. That's we have to do that.
We owe them at least 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that smart at this hour.
No. I was here for it, and then like 2 hands passed, and I forgot about it.
Yeah. Hate to steal a super chat from somebody. Hayden with the 160,000 chip min raise. Taliana making the call. 7-5 suited. That's a fun hand. That's my favorite hand. That's not a good hand. I prefer it in clubs. John making the call. We have a family pot here. It's a half-hour delay on the stream. Ace-5 deuce. Oh my, something for everybody.
Literally.
Taliana has a pair. John has a pair and a gut shot. Hayden has a better pair and a gut shot. will we get to say it this time? He makes it 100,000. Middle pair for Taliana. Will continue.
Hundo for Fundo. John, pair and gut shot.
And he's probably thinking he has the worst hand, but he also has a draw to a effective nut hand. Like a 3 that's not a spade, which that's the problematic thing. Like a spade could be bad.
That's a raise.
He's going to raise over both of them. He's going to make it 400,000, I believe.
That's like 20, like almost 30% of his stack.
Yeah, and if he somehow gets flatted, stack to pot is going to be quite low. Instead, he's going to get ripped on. Hayden going to just move all in.
Talia's quickly out of there.
And
Dookie Bats.
Dookie Bats going
Dookie
to take
Bats
this one.
Takes down the pot.
With the low times raise. There we go. There we go. You happy? You happy? We did it. We remembered. Which is an accomplishment.
Oh my gosh.
This is now past our bedtime.
Yeah, we're normally here till 10.
we're here until 10, and we do a 4-hour show, and we've gone past both of those numbers now. And Taliana might be going past her number with the ace-king here. Like she might be increasing the number. She increases the number to 180.
I like it. Just a normal 2x open with a
ace-8 could shove, and it shoves.
Oh, no.
John is all in, and he's going to be getting snapped. And
this
so
is a hand everyone stands up on. Except for John's. No, there he is.
There he goes.
This is the stand-up game.
The ace-king, can it hold to score the knockout?
There are at least 3.
King, Jack 10. John, though, with the diamond draw.
Oh, nail
Taliana
biter.
with the king, but John picks up outs with the diamonds. Queen chops it. There's an ace. Doesn't change anything.
More chop outs. No, same chop outs.
The river is a 7. We are heads up. Taliana eliminates John in 3rd place.
GG's. Nice playing with you. This
Good
is the
game,
worst.
John. You put up a good fight.
Good game. $27,720 what he gets for his work tonight. $39,940 for 2nd place. $60,175 for 1st. So this is a heads up for $20K plus the package.
Sick.
So about $25K. And the ring, whatever the ring's worth.
Priceless.
Power couple is heads up. Imagine like that became like an engagement ring or a wedding ring at some point.
I mean, I'm so cheesy. I'd be into it. I love poker more than anything. So, well, my dogs, they're up there before poker, but then poker. So, this is a dream to me. Like, this exact situation is like how I would love, what I would romanticize.
Yeah. And this is about a 5-3. This is far from over. This is far from over.
This is so cool. I've actually never witnessed this. I mean, I've known situations like this have existed, but I feel like honored to be able to commentate on such a just freaking cool like dynamic. Like, I'm here for this so much.
Yeah, and saying, you know what? I mean, this is obviously the high score for both of these players who went into tonight with less than 10K on their hens and mobs. And one of the fun parts about doing this is getting to be a small part of the biggest moments of some people's poker careers. And for both of these
don't
players,
make me cry.
I mean,
this is giving me
here
goosebumps.
Here we are. And can't wait to see who takes the ring.
All right, I think we're going to get some pictures in, resituate, and
adjust a little bit, and brief holds here.
Okay, I see you, chat. Y'all wild.
Might be the coolest
So brief holds while we get set up for heads up, and then we're going to see who takes this down. Who do you think in the chat? Who do you think? Do you think Hayden closes the deal? Or does Taliana stage another comeback?
And then just another pick here. Perfect. Amazing, y'all. Good luck.
I'm not exactly sure what the tournament director is talking about. I don't know if he was saying anything about like where the button is, where the blinds are.
Well, thing is, whichever one of you wins, could be the other one could be the +1 to the Bahamas package you're gonna win.
There you go. He's talking about the +1 for the Bahamas package.
Nah, it's okay.
I think we know where this couple is going to be spending their December.
Yeah.
I'm 40, right?
So they got a few minutes. They got a few minutes of play left, and then we'll hit a break. We'll see if they take the break. We'll see if they take the full break or not. They don't have to take the full break. They can come back and. And I agree with Alvin. Like, this is an honest game. Like, what we've seen tonight is an honest game, and it's just how it worked out. I mean, we saw Taliana needed a one-outer to stay alive. Yeah. We saw Hayden had to backdoor to stay alive. We saw Taliana. We have the hand with Danny, the queens, and the jacks. And Hayden's going to draw first blood in this heads-up match.
I'll take the next one.
Make this closer to 2-1.
Oh, it's nice, right? It's peaceful.
This whole thing just echoes.
Yeah.
All right. Deuces for Taliana. She makes it 200. Hayden calling with the queen 8 suited. 6-5-3. Taliana with the tail end of gutter. And what is the best hand with a pair of deuces? Continues for the main bet. Hayden has overs and backdoors. He will see a turn. He'll have a pretty good idea where he stands on this turn, which is an offsuit king, so he stands pretty much nowhere, and this might be the end of the action. A few people want to jam the deuces. Yeah, a lot of ways to do this. She's going to check, and the river is another king. Kings and deuces for Taliana. Hayden going to bluff at this 450. And it's graphics are a little bit crossed up. It's Hayden that bet the 450. We see the 450 in front of him.
This pot is going Taliana's way.
Okay, so she bet and he called. I guess she called. I don't know
The chips got in and they got shipped her way.
Yeah, she won the pot. Whatever happened, whoever did the betting, she won.
Oh, New Englanders, they are.
And So we've reached the end of the 40-80 level. So there's going to be a bit of a pause here because...
see, that's why I left, because I thought the pause was happening.
Yeah, that was the brief heads-up pause. What's now happened is we're at the ends of the level. There is a color-up. The 5K chips get colored up and raced off. And so I believe that's what's being taken care of now. I believe this is... I'm 99% sure this is the color-up. Like, yeah, I see all the blue chips going out there, yeah. Blue chips coming off the table.
375. She's got 3 extra.
You see Kristen, our dealer, and our action tracker helping our tournament director, Josh, with this color up. I don't know if they're taking the full 15 minutes. I doubt it.
I doubt it.
And so on the final table, whenever everybody's ready, they can start sooner if they so desire. And so, yeah, while we have a moment, let's get some plugs in. We've got the 1700 main event. First flight was today on that $1 million guarantee $1,700 WSOP circuit main event here at TCH Social Austin. We have additional day 1 flights tomorrow and Saturday. We have satellites going on. You can get in cheaper than $1,700. Day 2 will happen on Sunday. Final table on Monday right here on TCH Live. Subscribe and get your notifications on. Find out every single time we are on the air across Austin, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley that we stream out of. And including Monday, obviously. We have tournament poker. We have cash game poker. And we'd love to have you. Hopefully you've all enjoyed what you've seen so far tonight. So, yeah, that's our main event. And then... let's also plug the time promo. 1 purchase per month during the series. A month of membership, 9 hours of club access for $100. That's a great deal.
Yeah, that's a really good deal.
That's usually more than that. That's like $150 or $160 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, $160 value.
Yeah, that's a nice little discount. And to remind you all of what Hayden and Taliana are playing for. They are playing for a difference of a little over $20,000 plus the 5K Bahamas package, which, like we've just outlined, there's a +1 involved with the travel. So Josh happily reminded them. So 60 grand plus that up top in the ring, just under 40 grand for second, from 283 players down to just 2.
This is awesome.
This series has exceeded all expectations, and I can't wait for the next one. I can't wait to hear the details
and there's
of
so many good
comes
things
next.
happening right now in Austin as far as pokers.
And around Texas, This has been a really amazing week for Texas poker.
Yeah.
We have this going on, and, if you know, you know, but, there's been some other really great news.
Yeah, exactly.
For the Texas poker industry that's come out in the last couple of days.
This is definitely
This is
Texas is going to be a mecca of Austin is going to be a mecca of Texas poker and poker in general.
Yes, all the years that we've been we've had to drag ourselves elsewhere, not anymore.
No,
I mean it's we're in a world where I have to really justify dragging myself out of Texas to play poker now.
Seriously, I'm considering. Yeah, I was I'm considering not spending a lot of time in Vegas because I literally have softer, better, more local options all the time.
And at the rate we're going, I'm not even gonna have to drag myself out of Austin. I might I have to. Do I want to drive the 3 hours to Houston? TCH Houston is awesome. Make no mistake about it. But if TCH Austin's doing some fun stuff, I mean, that's 20 minutes from my house instead of 3 hours from my house.
Yeah.
We've been wanting this for a long time in Austin, and TCH has delivered and then some with this series. And
I could see this spreading to a more Texas unique situation where we're running tournaments in different locations of Texas all at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
This is just the start.
Yeah.
We're uncapped here.
Yeah.
The range is
The-
uncapped.
The world is our oyster.
It's like a Gulf Coast oyster.
Yes. Yes, the Gulf Coast oyster.
Oh gosh, this looks like another beer break for me, Lottie. You want to hang out with the chat while I go find beverage?
You can hang out, but you never know when they're going to come back. We're going to get poker, and like who knows? Like, you know, you want to.
Oh my gosh, you're so right. You know what? I'm gonna text someone to send me a beer.
There you go.
That's
there you
the
go.
move. Power poker here.
Yeah, that I think the plus EV move is to get it delivered to the booth, and yeah, you never know when poker's going to happen.
Poker be pokering. And while we're at it, just remind y'all that tomorrow is the second flight of the mini main.
That's right, the mini main. Yeah, the
mini main, the main main. Oh my God, who am I? And I got him to repeat me.
Welcome to the 5th hour of TCH Live. Welcome to the 5th hour.
So flight 1, which was on flight A, was on today, Thursday. We got $365,000 to start this $1 million guarantee, and that's on a Thursday. So we got Friday and Saturday, so also an uncapped amount in this prize pool.
Yeah. Like if you told me, if you set the line at $1.5 million, I would probably take the over. That's just my guess.
I'd snap take the over.
Just my guess, but that's where I think we're heading.
Because you fire your bullets on the Thursdays and the Fridays, and then you put your last chance bullets in on Saturday.
You know, people stuck at work on Thursday, you know, they're not as stuck at work tomorrow. They're not as stuck at work on Saturday. We have a nice bigger crowd here. Wonder if it spills into the upstairs area again.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Like, there's like office space upstairs here
that's
never been used for poker until a few days ago, when everyone showed up for the mini main and they needed more tables.
Yeah.
What a wonderful problem to have.
I know, right?
Everyone wants to play poker.
The buy-in for the main is going to be $1,700.
$1,700, just like every WSOP circuit main. One of the nice things about this circuit, the structures are fairly standardized around the country. Like, they're all going to have a 1,700 main with a similar structure.
And you have the opportunity. We're running satellites all day. They're generally $250 satellites, milestone satellites. So you achieve a certain number, and you can.
Have we got Ocho taking pictures now?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
She is here for mini main, and the 1100 apparently.
Yeah, one of the
poker's greatest photographers.
Yeah, one of the greats in the industry. Shout out to Haley.
She finally followed me on Instagram after I've been a long-time follower.
Nice.
And I felt like I officially made it.
There you go.
I like saw her taking pictures, and I was like, "You and I are friends now. Hug me." And she did. I don't know if she was like forced or not, but it did happen.
Hey, one of those familiar faces you see on the circuit. And that's the nice thing. Like, you get, it's like familiar out-of-town faces that have shown up here, and that's great that, you know, more people are seeing the greatness that is Texas poker.
Texas poker, yeah.
All right. See if we
Kristen's putting the headset on.
I feel like
sound
we're
like it's
closer
about to happen.
The restart. I think we're gonna have some poker here. We're going to have the heads up, get the predictions in the chat. Is it Hayden? Is it Taliana? Could go either way right now.
All right, happy couple coming back to lines of 15.
Is there a prediction feature on this? No.
I don't even know what that means.
There's some streaming platforms where you could like have a prediction for the audience. I also am realizing typing on this keyboard is a dangerous business, so I'm not going to.
I mean, we like to gamble. All right, hand 115. Cards are out. Oof. That's a way to start.
That's an unfortunate start for Hayden.
32% equity.
Yeah, he's going to have 2 live cards. He's going to give her a walk.
That easy.
So, Lottie, when you get your walk, do you look at the cards?
I've usually looked at the cards in this spot before,
Do you want to do a time
before the
limit on
walks
this,
even
and then we
happens.
just blind jam?
No.
Oh.
Aaron and I talked about it, and we don't touch the stuff.
There was one time I get a walk with kings, and
and
then the next
that's
orbit,
why we don't touch the
the
stuff.
next orbit, I get kings in the big blinds again, and it has a much, much worse outcome. And that's how a day one chip week goes poof all at once. Graphics are slightly hung up here, I think.
Yeah, we're on hand 116, but we're showing hand 115 graphics.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on here. We don't know what Hayden has. We know Taliana's got a pair of queens, we think.
Was those raisin chips?
Yeah, I believe he just check raised with whatever he has.
What if he has 7 deuce? What if the graphics are right and he has a pair? It's not the craziest thing, heads up.
Yeah, sure. That is very much a possibility. I could have sworn that I saw the walk happen, though.
Yeah, me too. And the fold for queen right there would also be bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just call this a wash.
So I think
and
that was the last hand. I think the queen 8 was probably the last hand.
All right.
Yeah.
We're on to the next one.
Jason's my rail.
Playing 50, 100, 100 blinds.
32 big blinds versus 53 big blinds.
Yeah, less than 100 in play. This is where you're really getting down to it.
Yeah, this is any person's game.
40-minute levels, so plenty of time here. 9-8 suited for Hayden. Yeah, that was not the actual hands, we think. That's why that happens. They both have clubs. This could get interesting. Taliana defending big blind with king 5. Versus 9-8. King in the window. But all diamonds. King, queen, jack, all diamonds. Hayden with a bad gut shot. And the 4th diamond is probably an action killer. She does turn 2 pair. But this is a bluff coming from Hayden. Can the 2 pair stick around?
I mean, I could still make a boat.
Yeah, she has 4 outs to fill up for sure. And she is going to call. The question is, what's the river bet going to be?
What's the river card going to be?
That too.
Oh.
Flush on board.
Checks by both of their names.
Yep, we're going to chop. This is one of the more boring rivers.
Bored.
I want to know what Hayden does if that's a 3 of diamonds. Or
oh, well.
I'll
let you know what he does if that's a 3 of diamonds.
and I'm not even the one drinking beer here. That's why I don't drink. I'm dumb enough. Like, imagine that's a 3 of spades, a 3 of clubs. Like, what does he do then? What does he do? What does she do? We'll never know. Heads up play continues.
You're on my side? Hell yeah.
Bit of a rail. They're sharing a rail, though, and their heads up. How does that work? How do you split that up? That's going to be a walk. Taliana not going with the Dolly Parton, which is actually going to pip Hayden. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Show me the ace. Show me the ace in your hand when I fold. That'd be cool.
The 4 kind of looks like an ace.
Yeah, you just hold it the right way. Yeah, one of these days we'll get it right. Yeah, how are you doing tonight?
All right, hand 118.
Hayden with the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce. Makes it $250,000. King 6 for Taliana.
She'll see it.
Yeah, can defend with that. To the flop we go. Ace King 6, 2 diamonds.
Oh my
2 pair versus diamond draw.
gosh. What is this?
This could be Collision City.
2 pair. Oh my gosh. Diamonds. Oh my gosh.
Hayden with the small C bet, and
There's going to
Taliana's
be a
got the king
raise.
of diamonds as well.
Yeah.
This feels like a check raise. This could be it. It wouldn't surprise me if this is it.
Oh, she flats.
Just flats. Okay, she's going to give him a little rope, I think.
What is it? What is it? Let me see.
Come on, you stupid scanner. Show me the card.
Oh my god. Oh
Ace
my
of
god.
hearts. So now Hayden picking up a pair.
Which gives them 2 more outs.
Goes for 450. Does she pull the trigger now? Board doesn't really get any wetter with this deuce. But is this just a delayed check raise? Try and get one more bet in case Hayden decides to fold.
No, I think we're raising.
Now that's what I'm saying. Like, are we pulling the trigger now? Like,
Yeah. My bet is yes.
Plan was always delayed check raise.
No, she
flats.
flats.
Okay. To the river we go. Hayden needing help and getting it. He gets the 7 of diamonds on the end. Hayden with the flush.
To be fair, if she
Taliana.
raises, he calls. So
Yeah, and we get here anyway, and then she probably gives him the rest of her chips. And she's gonna check. 2 pair.
Pot size and her stack size are so close.
Yeah, he may just go for it. All in, he says. Dookie bets all his chips. And she calls, and it's over. Hayden, a.k.a. Dookie bets, gonna take the ring.
2 pair.
Gonna win the $1,100 WSOP Circuit Texas Trailblazer Tournament. Going to win a total of $60,175. $39,940 going Taliana's way.
Wow.
Both will be very happy.
What a
sure.
good night for both of them. And Hayden Dookie bets Duke ships the tournament, takes down the 5K
Bahamas package. That gold ring you see on the table. What a run. What a tournament. Nick from Earth with the $2 super chat.
Also, what a setup for Taliana.
Please say wetter again. Wetter.
Oh, yeah, I felt like it was scandalous when he said it the first time. Oh, my gosh.
Would you rather I say it was getting more moist? What a horrible word. Anyway, Hayden winning this tournament.
Wow.
Taliana, what a run to get second place.
Hats off to both of them. What an awesome tournament final table to witness and be a part of.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of these players. And congratulations to both of them. Congratulations to all of our players getting to the final table, getting their various scores. Some very big numbers. And, we still have another big final table on our way. Monday evening, Sam and Aaron on the call for the main event.
Yeah,
the $1 million
it's gonna be a
guarantee
good
main
one.
event. Day 1 flights tomorrow and Saturday. Day 2 Sunday. That final day on Monday. We're going to blow past that $1 million guarantee.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Yes, thank you all for watching. Thank you to our dealers Gavin and Kristen. Thanks to our action trackers. Thanks to Cooper up in Dallas producing. Thanks to our floors for keeping the ship afloat. It has been a very loaded ship this week.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very busy place around here, and they've been handling it like true professionals.
Absolutely.
10 deuce. What a Texan hand to finish the Texas Trailblazer. Let me try that again. Take two. What a Texan hand to finish the Texas Trailblazer tournament.
By a New Englander. That was,
so,
we'll accept it.
So, Matt Yankee. Look who's talking.
I know, right?
So thanks to everybody putting this together. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, hit that like button. Subscribe if you want to see more TCH Live. We hope to see you all very soon on a future edition of the show. For now, on behalf of my colleague Sam Perryman, I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit. Thank you so much again for watching. Have a great rest of your night.